So as far as the third world aristocrat video from today goes, I gotta say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.
Mr. Radio Voice, he's doing his shows. He's roasting some ass and he's picking his nose. He speaks like a pro on the Steel Toe Show. He's making a mess and everyone knows. Ready or not, he already came. April is a hoe and she's snorting for fame. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He spilled the beans. He's rooting for rage as he gets her thrice. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He had a felony charge, but he's gonna walk. He's got a big mouth and he talks the talk. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. He's always a guest with Alex Stein. He's making a wish. He's taking his time. Another win for the toe. Win for the toe. Ow! Hip hop dibbity dap to the wop 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 wop. Hong dong whittle dangle wang. Oh, he sang dooley mama splatting your hat. Doo doo poot cakes.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, doo-doo poot cakes. That is the clarion call for the Steel Toe Morning Show. Welcome. Glad to have you. Today could get weird. I'll tell you why in a second. It's chemically induced. We'll get there. But first,
I gotta say, huge win for the toe.
Doo doo poot cakes.
doo-doo poot cakes. Kids, it could get wild. It could get a little weird on a Thursday. Number one, I thought, you know what? We got a perfect week cooking. We got 1 day left. But what's with me just asking you to throw into the show? That ain't fucking cool. What would today be, like 10 of 11 perfect weeks? Got the new sign, got the new set, the new camera. Everything looks great. And what am I, just doing this all on your dime and offering nothing back? So I thought, you know what? Today you give back, you son of a bitch, you. So here's what I'm doing today. We knock it out today. I'm streaming again later this afternoon. Here's what kind of motivated this. Number one, gratitude. I'm grateful for how awesome you guys have been. And also, I got nothing to do today. I really have nothing to do today. I'm all caught up around the house. It's not going to be nice enough for golf. It's going to be a little too cold for golf for my taste. My baby's working all day. So, like, I got nowhere to go and nowhere to be. And I'm like, you know what? These guys, your people have been good to you. Why not throw them an extra stream as a reward for more perfection? So, if you throw in today, know that we knock out that 320 today. We take it all the way to an afternoon show. And I don't think I was thinking about maybe making it. Oh, God damn. Why is my Rumble not muted? I was thinking about making it members only, but I'm not even going to do that. I think we'll just go straight away. We're going to go straight away extra stream for like an hour or something like this. And then, you know what? We could do it. Cocktiff has a great point. We could do a little draft streaming as well. We could do a little pre-draft coverage. Holy shit, the draft is today. Vikings at 24. Here we go. If there is a stud offensive guard available, I want him. That sounded gay. Otherwise, I want to trade down and I want to get more picks. If we can trade into the second round and get a third and a fourth, awesome. I would love that. But If there's a superstar left guard or right guard that you can move to the left side, want him. Want him. That is what I would like. I know some people are saying safety. Some people are saying corner. Who's the guy from Georgia? We haven't had the best of luck with Georgia safeties with the Lewis Scene thing, but his leg snapped in half. That ain't his fault. Mekhi Blackman's our guy. There's a guy, Malachi Starks. A lot of people like that Malachi Starks guy out of Georgia. I'm sure he's great. I'm sure he's really good. But I don't know, man. Just having like 5 superstars on our offensive line, there's something about that with a rookie quarterback that makes me feel really, really good. Let's go to Coltrane with our first contribution today. He says, more of you. No donations from me today. Hey, wait a minute. I've been bamboozled. Sorry. Red Slime, by the way, I worked really hard to turn Red Slime from a hater into a Steel Toe fan. Now I'm pissing him off with Vikings talk. You know what, Red Slime? I'm sorry. You know what I've learned? This really sucks because the world has changed and we stopped bullying people who don't like sports when they were kids. And it's really a shame because it really created a lot more sociopaths because they never got checked in school. We need to establish something right now. Talking about sports is cool. If you're not into, we need to stop lionizing people who don't follow sports. If you don't follow sports, you're a dork and you should have been bullied as a kid. And we didn't, and that's our fault, and we dropped the ball. If you're not into sports, you're not a guy, you're not a dude. That's the other thing is we started excusing non-dudeness. Like people listen to their teachers and like, oh, you don't have to be into sports to be a man. Yes, you do. You have to be into sports and tits, old school, toxic masculinity. If you're not a toxic male, you're not a guy. You're not a man. You're just kind of, you're weird. Like, look, I'm a bit of a hypocrite here. I like the Marvel movies. I think they're entertaining. But if you're like fucking in to the Marvel movies and not sports, you're gay. You're not a guy. You're a weirdo. You should be on a watch list. We should be. If there's a bunch of guys at a party and they're talking about the draft or they're talking about the Vikings or they're talking about whatever sports team you have and you're sitting there and you're feeling uncomfortable, you're the fucking weirdo. You need to leave. You need to go back to the drawing board. You need to figure your shit out because you need to be into sports. It's the cornerstone. It's competition. It's everything that is America. Yes. Thank you, Coltrane. If you ask a guy, you're like, hey, man, what do you think about the Vikings this year? See, this is not good. This is where this country started to go downhill when guys started to go, oh, I'm not into sports ball. If you sarcastically dismiss liking sports, you're gay. There's no other way to put it. You got to be into it. And Sam Show says it's glorified N-word worship. But wait a minute. You can like hockey and baseball. You like golf. I didn't say that it had to be football or basketball. It can be, look, don't quit jumping to the race thing on me, Sam Show. But yes, there's something inherently bad culturally about not being into sports. It's created weak men. That's the problem. Yes, I agree with Coltrane. Not watching sports. Beta. Nova says, when did basketball become a white game? It's a white, Latino, and Asian game, and all of those people are honorary whites. We know that. Sam Show says this country started going downhill when whitey started worshiping the monkey. I think he means the animal. I think in no way I don't think in any way Sam Show meant that racially. And, you know, here's the thing about standing up for Sam Show when you say, guys, he didn't mean that racially. A minute later, Sam Show will go back in the chat and go, no, yes, I did. You try to help. Red Slime says, well, Toe, you twisted this one up. Can't wait to hear how. I said Vikings talk. Oh, God damn it. He did get me then. He said, I said Vikings talk. Fucking gayest, worst team in the NFL. Bunch of fucking plebs. You know what? Based, Red Slime. Based. He got me. He set me up. You know what that is? That's the classic jab, step back, counter right. He got me coming forward, and then he drilled just right across the eyes. Bam! Just drop me with it. Oh, that is a funny thing. So my pre-sentence investigation interview, I had that 2 days ago, and it was with a lady, and she was so nice. She was such a nice lady. And we started talking boxing. It turns out she's a boxing fan. Because you have to go through like what you do in your spare time, what some of your hobbies are, things like that. And she starts talking boxing, and I'm like, there's no way. Like a woman who's like into like now boxing. And we start talking about her favorite fighters. She goes, are you a Tyson Fury fan? I go, yeah, but not as much as like an Usyk and Wilder fan. But I like Tyson Fury. I own a replica set of his gloves from his fight with Tom Schwartz. I have a Gypsy King t-shirt. I like Tyson Fury. But then she goes, yeah, my favorite fighter was Manny Pacquiao. I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, well, my two favorite fighters of all time are James Toney and Bernard Hopkins. And she knew who that was. I'm like, you know what? You don't find that very often. So we're, long story short, we're getting married, and we're going to be very happy together. That's actually all it takes for me. A woman says, hey, I'm into boxing. I go, what are you doing for the next 30, 40 years? Then I propose to her in front of a tiger at the zoo in Philadelphia. It's my move. Clopogram says, how did you know she was a woman? You know what? That's a good point. That is, what do you call that? I was assuming her gender. And I've learned over the years, not a cool thing to do. Well, welcome you. Nova says, wait, you mean 3 or 4 years? No, Nova. I always intend for it to last forever. I always intend for the marriage to last forever. It just never gets there. But I learn something every time. To which my audience will go, yeah, when do you learn the don't get married one? We'll get there. I'm going to be a little zooted today. I'm going to be honest. My baby got me a Celsius. Gordy and I went to SP's last night after the evening show. And, I've switched. I've tried to cut back on the caffeine. I've been switching to Red Bull, which is half the caffeine of a Celsius. But my baby said, I found a cherry cola Celsius, and I got one for you. And you can try it tomorrow on your way home to do the show. And I drank the cherry cola Celsius. So, yeah, look, it was nice of her. It's not, you can't be a dick and be like, oh, I'm trying to cut back. You got to be like, well, thank you, baby. I appreciate that. And then I had this one in the back of the fridge today. So we're on Celsius number 2 for the morning. So here's what I say. Let's knock out the 320. We'll do an extra stream later today. We'll call it another win for the toe. And I'll probably get energy drink sweats and shit my pants like Shaq. That sounds like a plan. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat, Rumble Rants. Thank you all very, very much. No, Clopogram. Gordy kind of struts around like he owns the place, no matter where he is. Gordy's always in ownership mode. Oh, man. Let's go. People commenting on the marriage thing. Miss Tay. I said all it takes is a woman to tell me she's into boxing and I marry them. Miss Tay says, we know. Kloppo says, and now Aaron has another new slam piece. This is not true. It's just thought it was a funny story. L Train says, you should try an Alani, boss. Very good energy drink. I'm not familiar with Alani. Hulkamasha Baby says, wait, you didn't know not to cheat and not to share your wife? The next marriage is going to bring another no shit lesson. Yeah, I guess you could say the lessons I'm learning, I'm kind of going the wrong direction. Although, technically, you could say I learned from the first one, because the first marriage, I cheated. But the second one, it was like, boy, getting caught cheating really sucks. Why don't you just get the permission to cheat in advance and then go do it? In a way, I learned. I learned a lesson. I didn't say I learned the lesson. I learned a lesson. The lesson I learned from this one, the minute your partner does a little, bumski of coke, get the fuck out the door. The minute you see a dirty fuck, because if you're a woman, you do coke right there, you're a dirty fucking hoe. So the minute you see a woman be a dirty fucking hoe, you go, I got to get away from the dirty fucking hoe. You have to. There's no doubt about it. People are they're seconding the Alanis. I've never heard of Alanis before. Okay. Dub says, I want a based hot Amish chick. I mean, yeah, if you can find a really attractive Amish girl and you can Englishize her and make sure she shaves, might not be bad. Nova says, but you are attracted to dirty fucking hoes. In my day, I've been known to be a bit of a hoe runner. I've run a hoe or two in my day. And you're not supposed to, from what I hear from the kids today, you're not supposed to take the hoes and turn them into housewives. That's not something you're supposed to do. Like I said, you live, you learn. All right, let's take a look at these Alani. What is Alanine? What the fuck is that? God damn it. Alani. There we go. Alani New. Supplements are strategically... What the fuck are you guys... Are you guys getting me into some kind of pyramid scheme? Recipes, shop, drinks and snacks. That's what we want. Is this what you guys are talking about? Can we please fucking go? Mixed energy drinks. A 24-pack for $49.99. Holy shit, that's cheap. Orange Kiss. Blue Slosh. Energy sticks. I like a good powdery drink. That didn't age well. They got energy gummies. Oh, my goodness. That's another thing with adults, too. Like, we're getting back into gummies and action figures and shit like that. I think we got to cut that out. I think gummies got to go. I think toys have to go. We got to get rid of all those. It's not okay. Miss Tay says, no, you're supposed to leave the hose at the truck stop toilet where you found them, dummy. Oh, well. Where do you find your hose? Sorry. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Alani makes Celsius for titless cokeheads. You're Alani adjacent. You fucking asshole. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. All right, let's get started today, guys. 320 is the number. And if we become perfect for the week, I'm going to do another stream today just for some fun, just to say hi to you guys. I like my new studio, so I like spending time down here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc., etc., etc. Thank you so much. Hit like. That's a big one. Let's hit like. Let's get let's get those clicks up there. Let's get the engagements up there. That's one thing I know. It's engagement. Like, follow, subscribe, all that happy horse shit. Share it. Tell your friends. Tell a friend. Tell a phone. Tell a wrestler. L-Train says, Miss Tay could say it in a Rumble rant with all that Australian money she has. Yeah, Miss Tay and her worthless Australian cash. The only thing is, I think Rumble only translates like into dollars. So if Miss Tay wants to send like $20 to Steel Toe, she's got to spend like $400 of her own currency, and her family can't eat. That's really unfortunate. Packerbacker says, energy, anything is bad for you. It's all a bunch of chemical stimulants. Stick to the natural stuff, caffeine and meth. Okay. That's, you know what? You know me, guys. My blind spot is health. So any good advice that you guys have, I'm here for. All right, let's jump right into it. We got, oh no. I feel like I'm really going to wear out my welcome with the Trump crowd. Especially when it comes to this whole Epstein thing. People are sharing with me their Rumble ads they get when they turn on the toe. Oh, okay. I just saw this ad on Rumble while watching the toe. Oh, it's My Pillow. Mike Lindell here from My Pillow. Maybe they've got someone else in the front office now. I should contact My Pillow again and say, hey, all's good, all's well that ends well. Let's get together and bring back the Steel Toe promo code. What do you say? Trump was doing a first 100 days press conference. C-SPAN was covering it, and somebody asked old Dandy Don about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, one of my biggest criticisms of the Trump administration, like the tariffs are up there. I don't like tariffs. I hope we win the trade war. I hope something good comes of it. I don't like the tariffs. But the other one is we're going to release all the Epstein stuff and then no releasee on the Epstein stuff. Yesterday, Trump got asked about it again. And God bless the people who haven't let him forget, because a lot of people in mainstream media want us all to forget about Jeffrey Epstein, because a lot of their patrons were on Epstein Island and they were probably doing some fucked up shit. Trump's administration has promised us that we're going to get all of the paperwork they have on Jeffrey Epstein. The problem is Pam Bondi lied. Pam Bondi said, it's all on my desk. It's coming out. I don't know why she said that, because it's not on her desk. It didn't come out. Then they had to do this song and dance about how, oh, the Southern District of New York FBI is stonewalling us. And then they fired that guy. So you think, well, you fired the stone wall, you blasted open the stone wall. Let the truth flow. Still haven't gotten anything on Epstein. And every time they ask Trump about Epstein, he pivots over to something else. So I don't know if this guy's seen it and he's scared shitless. I don't know if his life has been threatened again or what, or if these guys just don't see it as a priority. But Don got asked about it again yesterday, and I'm glad people are keeping this. They're keeping this in the front.
Mr. President, you said, when can we expect the Epstein documents to be released? The rest of them.
Which documents?
The Epstein files.
I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that.
Don't bother. She's useless. You have a useless Attorney General. Pam Bondi, I don't of all the administration people, I would say Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi are my least favorites. RFK Jr., I like him. I like J.D. Vance. Kash Patel is Kash Patel is like when you put a Reddit troll in charge of the FBI. I don't know. Kash Patel's all right, I guess, but nah. Tom Homan's, I love that guy. I think not Nancy Mace, Homeland Security, the one who just had her expensive purse stolen. Kristi Noem, I like her. But Bondi and Hegseth, I think, are kind of bumbling retards, and not my favorite so far.
I really don't know. I know that we've done the RFK, the Kennedy,
JFK.
Martin Luther King is out there very shortly, so we'll find out.
No. See, that's I don't like that. And people let him get away with shit because he's got Emperor Trump. I hate that too. And then if you rightly criticize him, then you're just fucking traitor. Whatever. It's like MAGA's a difficult crowd to criticize because they don't take it very well. But I don't like when he does this shit where he goes, the MLK is out there shortly. Like, yeah, no, it's not out there. Just like Epstein isn't out there. I'll give him credit on the Kennedy thing. I will. Kennedy! I will give him credit on the Kennedy files. And we did, I don't like that the media tried to come out and say, oh, the Kennedy files were a nothing burger. I think a lot of that Kennedy stuff was valuable. Some of that stuff was stuff that we didn't know. And now we do. But this whole the MLK files are out there shortly. Yeah, the Epstein files were supposed to be out shortly, like 5 weeks ago.
But we've really announced we're doing them in full transparency. When we did JFK, people were saying, "Oh, maybe it wasn't all; it was all."
That's my thing. Every time they get him on this Epstein thing, this is the second time we've seen this week, is that whenever they ask him about Epstein, he pivots right away to something else. We've done a great job with RFK. We've done a great job with MLK shortly. And we released the JFK. And it's, yeah, we know. We didn't ask you about the shit that you have done or that you're about to do. We're asking you about the shit you told us you would do and you fucking didn't. I think he gets away with a lot of shit from his own base, which I think is technically kind of good. I think it's not a bad thing. Because, you should have patience. Nothing happens overnight. But also, if you like someone a lot and they're your person and you voted for them, you have to be allowed the leeway to hold them accountable for shit. Like when they... Look, I would not be bitching about the Epstein thing right now if Pam Bondi hadn't told me that they were coming out, quote, tomorrow, 5 weeks ago tomorrow. You wouldn't have heard a peep about me, but you're the one who told us it was coming out. And now you'd fucking better. Nova says, how can you not like the tariffs? They benefit the USA totally. Until those deals are done, until those new trade deals are signed, sealed, delivered, I am very wary of tariffs. Tariffs are a tax increase by another name. You know the argument that, when governments try to raise corporate tax, that rich people don't pay taxes? Yeah, other countries don't pay tariffs. You and I pay tariffs. That it gets passed along until it can't get passed along anymore. You and I pay tariffs. China isn't going to pay tariffs. We're not going to pay tariffs. The people who consume the products are going to pay the tariffs. Just like if you raise taxes on corporations or you raise the minimum wage, the business isn't going to pay those. You and I are going to pay those. Always. Always. Or that business will shut down. So I don't like tariffs. If we can get shit done without tariffs, that would be preferable. But if we can get new deals, if it works out, I will be so thankful. I will be so grateful. But I just don't like the tact we had to take to get there is all. Veldrain with $1 says, what do tiny towns and Aaron's engagements have in common? Blink and you will miss them. Veldrain, what the fuck? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow just to make Veldrain look like a dick. That's what I say. Sam Show being racist again, this time towards Kash Patel. I think he uses toilets. I do. Dudapest says, what? The news said the JFK files were a nothing burger. I wonder why, Ben Shapiro. Yeah, isn't that something? Once Israel became, and Mossad became kind of intertwined with the Kennedy assassination, all of a sudden Ben Shapiro didn't care anymore. It's interesting. Because he said that something that's 60 years old, we shouldn't really care. It doesn't matter anymore. Okay, Ben, can we extend that to things that are 80 years old? I'm just playing by his rules. I think the Kennedy assassination is still very much relevant. I think the Holocaust is still very much relevant. But I don't think you're allowed to pick and choose. Well, if it happened 60 years ago, it doesn't matter. Okay, well then by that logic, if it happened 80 years ago, it doesn't matter. Things either matter or they don't matter. Ben. Sam shows, oh God, no, you know what? I got dragged into an argument I didn't want to have this morning. Sam Show says, how is street shitter racist? They culturally shit in the street. How do you culturally shit in the street? If I shit in the street singing the Star-Spangled Banner, am I shitting in the street culturally? They want to shit in the street. It is the truth, says Sam Show. All right, I'm sorry. This is not something I wanted to get into. And I walked right into it. Throbbin Williams becoming a member for 21 months over on YouTube says, finally caught a show live. Studio looks good, boss. Thank you. I love it. People prefer me sitting in front of the letters versus sitting in front of the boot. That's, I'm happy to give the audience what they want. And then Nader, all right, look, guys, we weren't trying to take a poll on this. Nader P says, I'm with Sam Show on the street shitter thing. Klopogram says they wipe shit off cows all over. This wasn't the discussion I was looking to have. Nova says when the Indian government had to make commercials to try and get people to use toilets, it's cultural. It was simply in reference to a Kash Patel thing. I was trying to talk about, see, this is why they get a pass on not releasing the Epstein files. One little slip up. I go, I'm not a big fan of Kash Patel. And then Sam Show goes, Dad, shitting in the street. And I go, hey, I didn't say shitting in the street. No, culturally, they shit. See how we started on the road of, hey, man, you should release those fucking Epstein files. You know, people go, hey, why doesn't the government ever get held accountable? Because all the people argue about dumb shit. Like the government gets us arguing on like trans books and bathrooms and shit like that. And then we stop wondering if our world leaders are being blackmailed by a foreign government and they've been fucking teenagers. It does seem a little more important than who's dropping a deuce in the street, but I understand it's not as fun of a debate to have. And I, too, have just engaged in the exercise of trying to have a discussion with a small segment of our nation about something very important. And now here we are talking about street defecation and its cultural implications. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, I failed you again. I'm just sorry. Look, I'm not going to pretend it's not funny. It's just an L for the toe. That's all it is. 3:20 away from today, guys. I'd like to knock this out smoothly. I'd like to do another stream for you. You know what's really disheartening is when you go, hey, guys, I got a great idea. If you guys knock out today's goal, I will give you an extra stream. And the audience in the first half hour goes, I don't care. Your own audience goes, yeah, you know what, Aaron? I don't really give a shit. Thanks, guys. 3:20 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. A perfect week on the line. We would really appreciate it if you chipped in. Gifted subs on on YouTube and on Rumble are great. Let's start heating it up for today. Hey, you know what we haven't done in a long time? We haven't taken a look at The View in forever. And those girls, I tell you what, they are classic. They are so good. You know, I've always said this, and I think America's starting to come around to it. You can't fully take the temperature of this country without seeing what's going on at The View, because God bless them, those girls, they've got their finger right on the pulse of the United States of America. You don't really know what's going on in this country until you've checked out The View, especially Sunny Hostin. Oh, she's so smart. I tell you what, guys, Sunny Hostin is one of the brightest thinkers this side of really, maybe Locke. Sunny Hostin has the best takes, and they're always so well thought out. We got The View today. We got more updates on Shannon Sharpe. We've got a clip from Monique on Shannon Sharpe's show, giving him some very good advice that unfortunately he did not take. And isn't it ironic, don't you think? And then we've also got Cat Williams advising Shannon Sharpe to be afraid of white women. And I 1,000% agree with Cat on that one. Packerbacker says, what do you mean, Aaron? Sunny Hostin is retarded. It's almost like I'm being sarcastic. Shh. All right, so here's, I don't know if you heard, but the Trump administration is now proposing a $5,000 tax credit for women to become broodmares. So essentially, hey, if you have a baby, we'll give you $5,000. Now, in no way do I see an idea like this completely backfiring somewhere like, say, the inner city, because the only people who are going to really want the $5,000 tax credit are the people you maybe don't want reproducing, because that $5,000 is life-changing money to them. The people who don't need the $5,000 and can raise a kid on their own and can have a kid and pay for it, they don't need the $5,000. They're going to have a kid because they want to. So the only population growth that it's going to spur is poor people having more kids they can't afford because, ooh, hot dog, I'm getting $5,000. I think it's a terrible idea. Sunny Hostin, on the other hand, thinks it's racist. Now, I know that they all want the Trump administration to be these awful, terrible, white supremacist people who want to preserve the white race and all of that. And I get it. Preserving your culture is a terrible thing if, you come in pale enough on the color swatch. But I really don't think the $5,000 thing from the Trump administration is about white people having kids. In fact, if anything, I think if they go with this, I don't think per capita it's going to be white people taking advantage of it the most. But let's hear her out. Usually whenever Sunny Hostin and I disagree about Trump, Sunny Hostin is 100% right, and the rest of us are 100% wrong. So let's see what Sunny's got for us. The View, go ahead.
Because when I look at something like this, these proposals, I want to know why, and I want to know who's making them. And so when I looked into that, they're saying that the U.S. birth rate is declining. However, in 2024, there was a 1% increase in U.S. births. But that increase was with Hispanic mothers.
And now, wait a minute. Before she gets on her bullshit, let me stop. Oh, let me stop you right there because you're doing something. A 1% growth in the birth rate is not enough to sustain population growth. This may come as a shock to Sunny Hostin. She may not know this, and I want to break this news to her gently. People die. I don't know if I don't mean to go dark on today's show, but we haven't made a dime anyway, so we'll go dark. You're going to die. I am going. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. So you need enough births to replace the amount of people who die. So when you say, hey, they say that nobody's having babies anymore, and they take it so literally. And then they go, well, actually, birth numbers went up 1%. Yeah, cool. That's not 1% is not enough to replace the people who are dying, Sonny. So it's still a problem. Ask Japan, ask Russia. They're having this kind of issue where old people are dying and they're not having enough babies.
And Asian mothers.
Bro, Asian people are white. Stop it. We've settled this. In fact, Asian, I think white people are Asian. I think it would be more appropriate to say. Most Asian cultures, you take everything about whites and sanitize it and clean it up and make it more pure. It becomes Asian. So let's stop with, the racist Republicans in this country don't want those Asians having babies. I mean, they're just like us. The eyes look a little different. Let's be very clear about this. And Hispanics, I mean, I would say in the next 10 to 15 years, it's going to be Republicans who are going to want more Hispanics in this country because they always end up becoming Republicans because they don't want their kids going to mixed gender bathrooms.
So they don't seem to be concerned about that increase. They seem to be more concerned about a decrease in other populations.
Wait a minute. Is she somehow passive-aggressively, girlishly hinting to the idea that Trump and J.D. Vance and all these people are secret Nazis who just want to encourage people to have white babies? I mean, I'm sure that's it, because historically, when you offer some kind of welfare or cash benefit to new parents, to having children, to claiming children on your taxes, black people have never taken advantage of that. In fact, they've really been left out in the cold on that whole thing. It's just, I mean, there's empirical evidence, data on this. You fucking idiot.
No, I think I said enough.
It's not based on that.
And so, well, it's
I like that. Was that Farrah or whatever her name is? She's like, what's that based off of, though? I'll tell you what it's based off of. You see, let me give you I'll kind of try to draw you a diagram. So, Sunny Hostin has an asshole. Right? Like you, like me, we all, assholes. Usually you and I, our asshole is a place for our body to expel waste and gas, right? Sunny Hostin's asshole does something very different than my asshole or your asshole. Sunny Hostin reaches back and pulls data out of her asshole. It's really, I mean, you can criticize it if you want to. It's not efficient. I understand. But it is something she's capable of doing. She reaches into her asshole live on television. We've all seen her do it. And she pulls data right out of there. Like, when the clown has the tissue paper and he's pulling the tissue paper out of his mouth and you're like, when's this going to end? And you have no idea. Like, where's he keeping it all? Same thing with Sunny Hostin and her theories. Right out of her asshole. Empirical data. Statistics be damned. Sunny Hostin's asshole has got this one.
It's just based on a study. And so the other thing
but have they said that anywhere? I mean,
did you hear that? She said it's based on a study. Really? The $5,000 credit for new parents is only going to impact white birth rates. That's coming from a study. I'm sure that nobody in the inner city, I'm sure you're not going to have a lot of new mommies and poppies because $5,000 is on the line. Yeah, I'm sure you're not going to have a lot more daddies and mamas. mamas, because there's $5,000 on the line. Get ready for designer purses in the hood to become a lot more prevalent, not just the knockoff ones.
It's just based on a study. And so the other thing
But have they said that anywhere? I mean, I feel like
yeah,
to be fair.
it's just as fair to who? It's just a.
Have they said that this is to target only white families?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You have to read between the lines.
Oh, you passive-aggressive twat. Jesus Christ. That is... I didn't know Sunny Hostin was a white woman. That's amazing. You know, I'll give Joy Behar credit. At least she's being very Jewish about this and disassociating from white people and going, it's about white people. You know, what's going to happen in this world? What's going to... I'm very interested to see, because Europe's starting to do it, and the United States has always kind of been this way. What's going to happen when one day white guilt runs out and white people look at the Sunny Hostins of the world and going, not doing this anymore? And they go, what? What? Not doing what? I'm not doing the whitey evil thing anymore. We're not. Sorry. We're not evil. We're just like you. We're just like everybody else. There's some good eggs. There's some bad eggs. Most of them are pretty neutral. You know, we're not. It doesn't work anymore. We're pissed off. We're annoyed. We fucking had it. For a generation or two now, we've let you basically use us as the excuse for everything. We're the evil colonizers. We're terrible. But now we've had Gen X, millennials, Gen Z. You've had 3 generations now who have sat there and been told how bad they are as white people while reaping none of the benefits that the boomers and the greatest and the silent generation got. You know, I mean, so forgive me for sitting here and going, I've fucking had it with the, this is about white people shit. I'm interested to see what's going to happen culturally. There's that word culturally again. When 3 generations of white people decide to go, nope, I'm sorry, I'm holding you accountable now. You've got to make an actual fucking argument. No more I'm white. They're done. That's lazy. That's bullshit. You got to come up with a fucking argument now, and you better be using facts and figures and data and not just pulling it out of your asshole. Well, you know what? I'll tell you. When that starts, you get Trump, I guess. You get Trump when people start getting fed up with that horse shit. Gray Duckling with $5 says, Gators bitches better not use Jimmy's. Got to get that. Oh, sorry. Gators bitches better not use Jimmy's. Got to get that green. Thank you, Gray Duckling. Appreciate that. That puts Gray Duckling at, an even 150 for the week. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. Okay.
I just gave the stats.
Yeah, but it's about economics. They're wanting people to pay in.
I'm just giving.
I'm just giving facts. No, you're not. You're giving bullshit. You're giving bullshit. It's just, no, Kloppo, a $5,000 tax credit will not force Aaron to squeeze out some baby jizz again. I'm not going under the knife or the soldering iron or whatever the fuck they'd have to do. $1 from 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, you are now hated in our household. We have 2.5-year-old twins, and their new saying is doo-doo poot cakes. Thanks, asshole. Thank you, doo-doo poot cakes. I like that. Doo-doo poot cakes. Chips and Diff says, unrelated story. Hospital bill just went up $5,000 for newborns. Oh, no. The cost just got rolled right back in. God damn it. Well, thank you for the $5, Gray Duckling. Thank you, 383 Novocaine. Guys, let's get a move on here. I want to knock this out today. We're at 3:15. First hour, about 15 minutes from being over. We made a whopping $5 today. Let's just pick it up. Let's just go nice, 5, 10, 20 bucks at a time. Let's get this thing down there. Let's call it a win for the toe, and then I'll come back later this afternoon. In fact, I think if we fall behind by 8 o'clock again, I'm going to take that offer off the table, I think, and just take my L gracefully. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's move. SP already texting me says, you aren't seriously on your second Celsius by 7 a.m. I mean, I'm fucking killing it today. Putting on a good show. Doing a good program. I am starting to feel a little bit of heart contractions, so I should probably slow down just a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Here's the other thing. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get some new blood in here. Let's have a good show. Let's get after it, boys and girls. All right, the Shannon Sharp stuff. We have a lot of updates today. I am obsessed with the Shannon Sharp thing because my opinion's starting to change. I still don't think Shannon Sharp R-worded this woman. I really don't. These two seem like a couple of freaks. I do, however, think Shannon Sharp's going to lose his job. I think that $100 million contract, if it hasn't kicked in yet, I think they're going to try and find a way to wiggle out of it. Shannon Sharp has shown in the last, I think his first sex scandal was 13 years ago, 2012. He was working for CBS. And CBS canned him because of a sex scandal thing. And in 13 years, he hasn't learned his fucking lesson. The guy's got a problem. The guy, or at least the guy values hoe running more than he does money and doing his show and working because he keeps embarrassing his employer with all these sex scandals and he won't fucking quit it. The shit that's come out is embarrassing. Even the shit he's put out there to defend himself is embarrassing. What do you call it? The text messages that he released that show that woman going, I want you to put a baby in me and talking about baby gravy and all this crazy shit. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating. Now, I think this woman's lawsuit is bullshit. People are trying to hold up the fact that Shannon Sharp offered her $10 million as some sort of oh, look, he did it. That's not what that means. What that means is Shannon Sharp got together with a lawyer and the lawyer said, Shannon, here's how much it's going to cost for you to fight this thing. Even if you win, it's going to cost you $8 million to fight this thing. So he then went, okay, I'll offer this woman $10 million to settle this. That way I don't have to risk, possibly losing, even if I'm not guilty. It's a civil case. It's not criminal. So I'll offer $10 million. I can put this behind me and we can move on. They said no. Now Shannon Sharp has decided, well, then guess what? We're going to fight it. We're going to sue them for defamation. We're going to release everything we've got. The problem with that is, while you might win the battle, you might lose the war. He might win this lawsuit thing. He might not, end up getting sued successfully for the $50 million, but he might lose the $100 million contract. And that would be Shannon Sharp's fault because this dude cannot stop airing his dirty laundry out in the public. He hit go live on Instagram when he was fucking some chick and he streamed it accidentally. Now we got this whole deal where he hooks up with some 20-year-old OnlyFans hoe. And now she's trying to cash in on a payday. And it looks bad because now there's phone conversations that are being released where he's telling this woman he's going to choke the shit out of her. I still think he's going to win the lawsuit. I don't think he R-worded this chick. But god damn, man, it's going to be hard for people to stand by you. And Miss Tay calls it sextortion, and I agree with that part. But this guy, take it from me, Shannon, start fucking hoes your own age. Stop with these, stop with these needy pick-me OnlyFans bitches who see $100 million contract and instead of going, oh my God, I'm so proud of my man, that's so great, they go, my fucking meal ticket. Shannon Sharp, these are unforced errors. Shannon Sharp put himself in this position. It's not like people haven't warned him. Here's this clip that's gone viral again. It's of Monique on Shannon Sharp's show. Now, Shannon's 55 years old. Shannon Sharp should not be dating anyone under the age of 40. They have nothing in common. And look, Shannon can think he's the biggest stud in the world and the biggest pimp in the world. I got news for you, Shannon. They're after your money. They want to sleep in the house. They want you to buy them shit. They want vacations. They want experiences. Shannon, none of these women are looking at you at 55 and going, man, that's what I've always wanted. Even if you're still built like a brick shithouse, dude, you're 55 years old. You're pushing Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. These hoes want your money. Protect yourself. What are you doing? You haven't had enough orgasms? You haven't jizzed enough? You haven't sprayed it all over the fucking room? We can't take a black light to every bedroom you've ever owned and have it glow from outer space? What are you doing, you fucking coomer? Let's cut it out. Do you like the big house? Do you like your big fireplace? Do you like your $100 million podcast contracts? Stop fucking disloyal hoes, Shannon. Find yourself an old bitch and settle down. It's done. It's over. Enjoy your riches. Learn how to fish or something. Jesus Christ. This is Monique trying to give Shannon Sharpe some advice. Let's see how it goes.
Dating. What advice? If somebody, if a group of women were in here and it's like, come on, they talk to us. How this dating thing? Because it's Mo is different now than when
Shannon, it's different because you're elderly. A 55-year-old man should not be talking about dating tips. A 55-year-old man should not be going, hey, Monique, tell me what the fuck is going on. What? You're 55. You don't know what's going on. You don't know a disloyal, money-grubbing whore when you meet one? I got news for you. They show the bottom of their ass cheeks in all their social media pictures. There you go, Shannon. There's a disloyal, money-grubbing hoe. But this 55-year-old retard, this 55-year-old Mark, goes, oh, no, I'm different. I'm the pimp in this situation. No, motherfucker, you're the John. You've always been the John, the deep-pocketed John. I'm sorry, but this 20-year-old wasn't a fucking 98 Broncos fan, Shannon. She wasn't alive when you were playing football. You're just some old dude with money. Shannon still sees himself as, practicing with Rod Smith and John Elway and Bill Romanowski. Shannon, to these women, you're just the old man with shitloads of money and experiences and everything else. How many times do you have to be shaken down and publicly humiliated before you realize, Shannon, the party's fucking over? Every one of these hoes you run through is going to come at a cost because none of them want you. They don't want Shannon Sharpe. They don't know who Shannon Sharpe is. I was telling SP the other day about this Shannon Sharpe stuff. She goes, I don't know who Shannon Sharpe is. I'm like, really? Shannon Sharpe's one of the greatest tight ends of all time. She's like, yeah, why would I fucking care? Like, you know what? That's a good point. And I said, you're not a real man. And she goes, that is accurate. So, like, Monique's about to drop some knowledge on Shannon Sharpe about not hoe running. Now, spoiler alert, it didn't take, but let's see how he handles it in the actual time it was given.
when you and I...
It's different, baby. I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
Atta girl. I'm glad I'm not 56 and trying. You ain't supposed to be 56 and trying, Shannon.
Are you trying to say what you trying to say?
I'm looking right at you.
I know you looking at me.
I ain't backing down. You better take your old ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn.
Would have saved you $50 million, Shannon, if you would have listened to Monique. And Shannon, look, you're good looking for a 55-year-old man. You got lots of money. You can find one of those fine 45-year-old, 50-year-old women. They make them. Those models are still out there. They've still got old classic sports cars that have been remodeled, and they look good. And you'll be happy because they don't want anything from you. Other than that dick, am I right?
Mo!
Now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what Shannon needs.
Let me
tell you what my baby needs. He need him an old fat gal who can bake good cakes. Make some.
All right, look, now Monique, now we're getting personal. Now you're trying. Now this is a little self-serving. I mean, just because you don't want to lose a little weight doesn't mean Shannon can't find himself a thin 50-year-old woman. All right, let's not. You started off really well, Monique. Now we're veering off into who are we in business for here, Shannon Sharpe or Monique?
Mother turkey wings who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay, and gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon needs.
Yes. You know what SP does after I'm done boxing? She'll rub my knuckles because they'll be very swollen from punching people about the head and body. She'll rub my knuckles, and it feels so good. She'll get all that pressure and inflammation out of there. She'll give me a nice knuckle rub. And I'll rub feet. Your boy rubs feet. God damn it. Your boy will take his thumb knuckle and put it in a back or a shoulder knot, and I'll work that shit out. I'll get my knuckles rubbed. You think any of Shannon's OnlyFans bitches are rubbing his back, his old 55-year-old back that probably always hurts from years of football? He'll be like, this is when I went over the middle against John Lynch. And the OnlyFans girl will go, what's a John Lynch? Was he an author? They don't care about you, Shannon. They don't care about you.
You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. This is your auntie talking to you. Take your ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old.
Yeah, that can love you old. Shannon. All you had to do was listen to Monique. She would have told you. I mean, anybody could have saw. I mean, these are valuable friends, people who will tell you shit like this.
You're trying to hang out with these young bitches, and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. Dang. When they want you to go for the 4th round, you looking at her like, bitch, listen, you want some money to go to Starbucks? Yeah. Because I can't go no further. But if you get your older girl, when you get to that 4th round, she's going to say, hold on. Let me go get you some eggs and cheese and some toast with apple butter, because that's going to get you.
I mean, I'm sorry. That is literally, that is $50 million advice coming from Monique. $50 million advice. Nova says, what is the point in being rich when you can't lease a new hoe every 2 years? All right, fine. Do it Shannon's way. Do it Shannon Sharp's way. I don't know what to tell you. Monique just laid it out. I don't. What am I supposed to do? I can't save you. I can't save you. You know what the point of being rich is? Staying rich. I watched firsthand a rich man become a poor man because he was a retard. All right? You know what's better? Making the decisions that sustain wealth and keep you rich. Not fucking 20-year-old OnlyFans models that are then going to turn around and sue you for $50 million. Well, who could have saw her trying to sue him for $50 million? Fucking everybody. That's what they do. Let's stop pretending that in every scenario, everyone has honorable intentions. These hoes ain't loyal. And at some point, it's not their fault. At some point, they see a mark so full of money and ignorance that how did they not take them down, Shannon? How is this woman supposed to not take you down? I mean, Jesus Christ, you might as well have been a hammer over a piggy bank, for fuck's sake. Nova says if you sign a 2-year contract, you don't get lawsuits. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think Monique's advice is the best advice. King Kong Dong with $1 says this Busby guy is a piece of shit. He had 20 women against Watson. Then he went after Diddy and Jay-Z with an underage girl. It got dropped as soon as Jay-Z and Diddy fought back. Busby has a thing for wealthy blacks. I mean, maybe he does. But you can't, again, you cannot be in these situations that Shannon Sharpe is in if you don't put yourself in those situations. Let me take a look, because we're going to play a Stephen A. Smith clip in a little bit. Is Stephen A. married? Is Stephen A. Smith married? He's not. Okay, so he's probably gay. But the point is, Stephen A. Smith is 55. We don't see Stephen A. Smith running around with hoes. Stephen A. Smith ain't getting sued. Oh, he does have 2 daughters. Okay, well, that tracks. But Stephen A. Smith ain't out there getting sued by everybody. You know? Maybe he's more boring, I guess, but I'd rather be boring and keep my $50 million. Nova says, Aaron listening to a black woman over a white man. It's all downhill from here, Aaron. I'm sorry, but Monique is right. Now, does it come from the fact that she's fat and unfuckable and old? Yes, there's a little bitterness in her game. But just because it comes from a place of bitterness doesn't mean it's not the truth. All right? Just because it's bitterness doesn't mean it's not the truth. She was right. She would have saved Shannon a whole bunch of money. But again, old Shannon had to go hoe running. And you got nobody to blame but himself. These hoes ain't loyal, Shannon. Now, here's our boy, Cat Williams. All right, fine. You guys won't listen to Monique? Let's listen to Cat. Cat nails it.
I don't want to get with a white woman because I was scared she might have me running down the street like Jonathan Majors. Not because I didn't like white women. I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not going to act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends. And that's the truth of the matter. So I said,
you ain't lying. Can I tell you something? I'm going to tell you this in my dating life, in my married life, in everything. I need to tell you something about white women, whether you're white, black, Latino, whatever. I have never met a white woman who's done anything wrong. And I don't know if that's unique to white women. I don't know if that's something. I've never met a white woman who has ever done anything wrong. And the white women I've met who have done anything wrong, it's always because someone else did something to them. I have never seen a white woman go, I own that one. That's on me. My bad, I'll do better. Ever. It's always someone did something to make them this way. You did something to make them this way. This person did so. I have never, and I don't blame individuals. I really do just blame it on being a white woman. I'm not being mean about this. It's got to be studied. It's got to be genetic. I've never met a white woman who's done anything wrong ever. Have you? Have you ever met a white woman who's done anything wrong? White women are fucking dangerous. Cat Williams is not wrong. And if you're a member of another race, white women are way more dangerous to black men than they are to white men. 100%. I totally hear him on that, because here's something that white women do that a lot of us don't do. White women know shit. They know shit we don't think about. When it comes to, a black man like Shannon Sharpe may sleep with a white woman and he may think, oh my God, this is amazing. I've got a hot 20-year-old that I'm fucking. The woman he's fucking, though, definitely goes, I am a white woman sleeping with a large black man. And she knows this, and it's in her pocket. It's very unfair to Shannon. I get that, because the entire time that he's happy, the entire time he thinks this is great, he's got a woman who in the back of her mind is going, if this ever goes south, I'm a little white woman, he's a large black man with a lot of money. I know what I've got here. The interactions are not honest. The relationship is not honest. One of you is scheming, the other one is a mark. Again, I've never met a white woman who's done anything wrong. Not blaming, not saying it's good, not saying it's bad. I'm saying that white women know shit. They're smarter than us in that way, and you can't really do anything about that until you acknowledge it. So I'm 100% Team Cat Williams on that one. I think with this Shannon Sharpe thing, I think Shannon is his own worst enemy, and I think Shannon Sharpe has absolutely dug this hole for himself. I do not think that Shannon Sharpe did anything sexually that wasn't consensual. I don't think he did. But I think Shannon Sharpe did enough idiotic shit for him to be deserving of the position he's in. Rational Redhead said, that isn't a white women problem. This is a women problem. I don't think Asian women are like that. I really don't. Sam Show says Asian women do it too. Asian women are fucking cold-blooded. I don't know, man. I feel like black women, I feel like they're a little more straightforward. I think they'll tell you right to your face what they're about to do and what they're going to do. White women are chess over checkers, 1,000%. They hide their punches a little bit better. Nova says Asians are like that the most. All right, if Nova would know better than I do. That's, you know what? Maybe it's a woman thing over a white woman thing, but I have my experience, and I will tell you, I've never met a white woman who's ever done just done anything wrong. I've met white women who have admitted I shouldn't have done that. That was fucked up. I did this wrong, but it never just stops there. There's always a reason with white women. Thank you very much to, let's see who this is, Wildcard. Come check out my website, lisaho. No, Wildcard, that's not. Thank you, Wildcard, for the $5. All right, guys, this is a record-setting day. We're behind already. You know, it really is. It is a little depressing, I'll admit, when you go, hey, guys, I got a little something extra for you today. If we knock out today's goal, I'll do an extra show this afternoon. And then you have the worst start to your show that you've had all week. Fuck me to death, right? All right, 3:10 away from today. Let's see if we can make something out of it. 3:10 away from today's goal. Stolen Hellcat says, you have low teeth. Not even close. I think a lot of times when you're right about something, you might get people like Stolen Hellcat lashing out just a little. Mad Max Mardigan says, I knew an Asian woman who had each of her 8 husbands killed by manipulating the situation. Oh, man, I've triggered the fuck out of this Hellcat person. Jesus. I'll cut you loose, buddy. He thinks that if you ask people to give you Rumble rants on Rumble, he thinks it's a TOS violation. This guy wrote a bunch of this shit yesterday, too. He's been spamming the chat with that for 2 days now. He's like, if you ask for Rumble rants on Rumble, or if you ask people to become a member on your channel, that's a violation. Hellcat, we get it. We understand. You're wrong. I'm sorry that we've made you see this way. So there you go, guys. When you kick in your contributions today, make sure you acknowledge that you're violating Rumble's terms of service. We would appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's wake up this morning. Let's support the best show there is out there. So yesterday there was the Shannon Sharpe choking threats. More text messages came out. We still got that sex tape that's supposedly coming out. It's bad news for Shannon Sharpe, man. And now Stephen A. Smith is speaking out about it. I actually thought this was really good. I thought that Stephen A. Smith handled, because he and Shannon are good friends. I think Stephen A. Smith handled this as well as you can handle it, because he didn't sell his friend down the river. He stood up for his buddy, but he also spoke some harsh truths, and he did it in about a minute. And I thought this was a very good clip. He also gave us some insight to how things are going at ESPN regarding Shannon Sharpe.
I also spoke to co-chairman of Disney, the boss, Jimmy Pitaro. Who made it very, very clear we are taking this matter very seriously.
Yeah, I think Shannon might be cooked. I think Shannon's job is probably out the door. I mean, think of all the guys. Put it this way. Think of all the guys you can get that would be A, cheaper, and B, cause you less problems. Because, again, don't get me wrong, I don't think Shannon Sharpe raped anyone. But I think Shannon Sharpe has a history of bad decisions that reflect poorly on the company that's paying him $100 million. Shannon Sharpe's a great football analyst. You know what? So is Dan Orlovsky. And I don't know. You can Google Dan Orlovsky if you don't know who he is. But go look at Dan Orlovsky and tell me he's going to be in a sex scandal one of these days. Probably not. Mad Dog Russo ain't going to be in a sex scandal. Could you imagine? I'd really like to see your titties. There's a 24-year-old woman, Stephen A., and I want to see her vagina. I don't think Mad Dog. I don't think Mad Dog's getting that close. You know, I can't see Mad Dog in an intimate moment at the VIP section of the club leaning in and whispering to a woman, I'd really like to rub your clitoris over your underpants. I just don't see that being an issue that you have to deal with if you were to pay Mad Dog Russo a whole bunch of money. What do you think about my friends and I getting you back to my place for a gangbang? Not going to happen. It's, look, I'd really like to apologize to everybody. This sex tape that came out of me banging 4 chocolate princesses it's terrible. You're not getting that with Mad Dog. Getting it with Shannon Sharpe, though. You don't have to pay Mad Dog as much money as you pay Shannon either. So Shannon's going to be way too big of a pain in the ass. You know the saying, the higher up the tree a monkey climbs, the more you see of his ass? Probably shouldn't use monkey metaphors, I realize now, but you understand what I'm talking about. The more money a guy like Shannon Sharpe makes, the more vulnerable he is because he becomes a very expensive line item.
And we are looking into this very, very closely.
Bill Simmons ain't hoe running, you know? Shannon Sharpe fucks up so bad sexually, he makes Dave Portnoy look like a Jesuit priest.
And once we gather as many facts as we possibly can,
yeah, he's fucked.
We will go from there.
Shannon's fucked.
And that is all he said.
And guess what? That's what they say before they can you, before they let you go. Oh, we're just gathering all the facts. We want to make sure we have all the information. We just want to make sure it's all. Yep. You sure are.
And I can mention his name because I received his permission to say that.
Look at that. Consent.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I'll tell you what that means. Look, it may have only been radio, but I've worked in media, and I know what we're gathering all the facts, and we're taking a very serious look at this, and we're following it very closely. I know what that means. And it means that Shannon's fucking gone. He's done. Nova says, Gilbert Arenas says he always pays and gets a receipt for a hoe. I'll be honest with you. I think these guys should all buy hookers. I do. Because, the only thing that's loyal is money. The only thing that's loyal in this world is money. If you pay a hoe, that's why they're professionals. People are like, oh, what's the difference between taking a woman on a date and then fucking her and hiring a prostitute? Because a prostitute, you buy her silence as long as the business transaction goes smoothly. Hoes are pros. You fuck these amateur bitches and these hoes ain't loyal. But professional prostitutes, they're loyal to the money. They know if they start burning clients who didn't do anything wrong, their business is going to go down. So, if you're a multimillionaire and you don't want to be in a relationship, buy hookers. That's it. Don't buy amateur hoes, cars and homes and clothes and shit, because they are not loyal. But a prostitute, hell, she'll spend the weekend with you if you want her to. She may not stay overnight, but she'll come over on set. You pay her enough. Hey, I'd really like to go on a date, or escorts that'll fuck you. They'll go to dinner. They'll go to engagements. They'll go to events. You'll fuck them at the end of the night. They'll go home, and nobody will ever know. They'll be a vault, baby, locked down. I don't know if you can't help yourself. If you're like Shannon Sharpe and you can't help yourself, get whores, get prostitutes, get professionals. Polar Bear says, tell that to Stormy Daniels. Stormy Daniels was a porn star. I would say that's a disloyal hoe. Because that disloyal hoe goes to there's a difference between a prostitute and a porn star. A porn star sells her services to the highest bidder. A prostitute sells her services to the customer who pays the price. And if you don't think there's a big difference between those two things, that's the difference between a military contractor and a car dealership. A car dealership is happy if you just buy the vehicle sticker price. A military contractor is always looking for the bigger contract, and they'll burn whoever else they're working with. So, buy whores. Nova says, so now Aaron accepts I was right an hour later. I thought you were talking about Shannon Sharpe like paying the OnlyFans girl. and like signing her to a contract. I don't think that's a good idea either. If you were talking about just having prostitutes, then yeah, I think that's a swell idea. I think Richard Gere had it right in Pretty Woman. I mean, at the beginning. At the end, he was a fucking retard. Miss Tay with $30 says, here's a TOS violation for you. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep those terms of service violations coming. That'll upset Hellcat quite a bit. 285 away from today's goal. Guys, we need TOS violations. Violate the TOS on Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. And give these gifts for stolen Hellcat. Why not? Would you says, Aaron, why don't you hire Jimmy Dore's bullshit impersonator for a break in the action? I don't know what you mean. What is that? I don't know who Jimmy Dore's impersonator is, and I don't know what a break in the action means. Explain your joke, sir, so I can understand it. Plus, I'm better than that guy. Not Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore rules. Liberty Money says the TOS is asking for he said and explains clearly. I don't know. I think you tried to say something else. Yes. Remember, guys, on Rumble, asking for memberships and Rumble Rants. They don't want you doing that. I tell you what, I have some of the slowest haters in the world. God bless them. God bless them. Chatting on the porch with $9.99 says, hope this gets the morning back on track so we can get another win for the toe. Thank you very much, chatting on the porch. 280 away from today. Yes, we are back on track. Keep it that way. Hey, Liberty, I know you're probably Hellcat, but like Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Guys, keep violating the terms of service by contributing to the toe. Oh, Miss Tay would like her sound drop for $30. Here you go.
Fuck off! Fuck you!
I did get a few updates on that Chad Zumach, Kevin Brennan thing. It's just, I'll say this. I'm not saying it's a work. I'm saying because none of these guys can do a real show, they can't do what Steel Toe does. They have to keep doing shit like this. They have to keep taking it way too seriously, getting angry, fighting with each other. There's no smiles. There's no fun. Nobody's ever happy. I'm really glad that I don't have to do that kind of show. I'm glad I have you. Boy, am I fucking lucky I have you guys. Because I come down here, we have a great fucking time. We hang out. I also don't understand how we make people so mad. I really don't. I mean, I guess it's a testament to my talent and abilities that it's so effortless, but I'm trying to be humble, for God's sake. But I don't understand why all these guys are just so angry all the time. And then like, hey, fuck Chad, he talked to Shuley. What are we, fucking 9? He talked to Shuley. Who gives a shit? Shuley, give me a call. I'll talk to Shuley. I'll talk to Kevin. I'll talk to Chad. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to talk to any of these people. But to prove a point, who gives a shit if someone talks to somebody? Maybe if you guys would all stop yelling and screaming and, and being passive-aggressive bitches at each other, you could all just do a show and have fun. But let's admit this. You guys, Kevin, you love this shit. Stop pretending that this makes you angry. It doesn't. It makes you happy. Because if you guys don't have all of you guys yelling and biting at each other, you don't have any fucking content. You can't break down any of this shit. You can't make jokes about the stuff. How is it that a lot of these guys are comedians and they can't just look at the news, riff on shit, and make jokes and be funny like I am? They all got to be mad and angry and yell and fight at each other. So the lowest common denominator reviewer will go, I don't have a family or anything. Here's my money. Keep fighting with each other. You guys understand you're dancing to the Super Chatters tune and fighting with each other. Fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Nova says Kevin is a loser who can't ever get on a stage again because he has the yips. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, well, Patrick's the same way. He ran off the stage crying, and that was the last, because he got heckled. That was the last time he did comedy. I mean, these guys just, I don't understand it, man. I have so much fun yelling about this Shannon Sharpe shit, and then people give you money. I love that. If it was like, hey, what do you think about this guy or that guy? I'm like, I don't know. I don't. I mean, I like it when we trigger the fuck out of people. Like, I like smashing. I like the fact that we smashed Will Heron and won that effortlessly. I love that we've just been fucking pranking and playing with the Onion people and setting Carl off and setting Patrick. I love that. I love that we fucking, smoke these guys out over and over, but like, I couldn't imagine doing a show about it every day. Ugh. Like, imagine the lowest common denominator, undignified bullshit. Now, now that we're on that, let's keep talking about Shannon Sharp's cock. No, I'm kidding. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, funny? That was a good one. Thank you. See, I told you. Did I not tell you I'm fucking hilarious? Thank you. Thank you. Dead Game says, you mean TV's Will Heron? Rest in peace to a beautiful smile. No, Eaton Clams, Shuli is not showing me how to dig a tunnel to Kevin Brennan's house. That is not true. That is inaccurate information. I would appreciate it if you printed a retraction. Shuli and I are not digging tunnels together. And I believe the kids call that, if you're digging tunnels together, they call that tunnel buddies, right? Shuli and I would be tunnel buddies. Shuli and I are not tunnel buddies. This I can promise you. All right, guys, let's continue on. Keep violating the terms of service. We are $280 worth of terms of service violations away from knocking out today's goal, calling it a win for the toe, and doing an extra stream this afternoon. Justin Kemple with $1.99 says, imagine how bad the Onion people smell. Well, I did hear from multiple people that a lot of the top Onion people, the reason they have so much money is because they don't have any kids to take care of, because they legally aren't allowed to be around them. And that makes a lot of sense, because you really do have to be a completely broken, stupid individual to watch that guy lie to you over and over and just go, okay, I guess that must be right. If I had an audience like that, I don't think I could do a show. I got to give Patrick credit for that. He knows how to work the lowest common denominator. Like, I think Patrick and I are more on the same page than he and his audience are on the same page, because I've gotten Patrick from Jump Street. I've understood him. His audience doesn't understand him, though. He knows how dumb these people are, and he's like, God, I can do this effortlessly. I can make shit up. I can be proven wrong by Aaron numerous times. I can be embarrassed by Aaron numerous times. But these people hate Aaron so much that they'll just believe me. I actually applaud Patrick for that. The fans, I mean, they're lost causes, but I mean, the fact that he can work these people, I think kind of puts him more on the same page with me than his own audience. Yeah, I also heard that Hackamania is struggling. They added a $250 streaming option because they're not getting people to come out for it. I mean, you don't have anybody funny or good or entertaining on there. I mean, why would you think that it would sell tickets? All right, guys, let's keep going. Thank you very much. Just a little drive-by by the toe. Just a real quick drive-by sniping. There we go. 280 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. This actually surprised me yesterday. I wanted to put this up for you guys because we have a lot of people that are way more Trump MAGA than I am. I would have thought that this would be the one demographic that Trump had in the bag, but apparently it's the only one he doesn't. A new poll shows that voters 70 and older are the only age group that rates Trump negatively, and they really don't like him. I thought old people loved Trump. I was always under the impression that it was the young, blue-haired college crowd that didn't like him. I would have thought the elderly would think he was like their saving grace. I thought he'd be like Eisenhower to the elderly. Shows that my finger is jammed up my asshole and nowhere near the pulse. Boomers are having a tough time embracing Trump. In a poll that will probably come as somewhat as a shock to a lot of people, President Trump is either in the plus territory or at least neutral when it comes to job approval, except in one age demographic. And that's the elderly. No shit. Take a look. 18 to 29, 42% approve, 40% disapprove. 30 to 30. That one actually, that's the most surprising one to me, is that he's winning young people. 30 to 39, this is kind of what I expected to be his wheelhouse, 43-34. 40 to 49, 45-45. And then look, 50 to 60, 60 to 70, plus 3, plus 5. But when you get up over $70, 70 people, or 70, God damn, Aaron, it's, you know what? Too much of this shit. When you get up over 70 years old, it drops off big time. You know what? I wonder if it's not the Doge Social Security shit. I wonder if he hasn't scared the shit out of the elderly with that one. And they're worried that they're not going to get Social Security, which isn't the case, but perception is reality. And if these people, they consume traditional media, TV and newspapers and radio. And by doing that, they probably think that Trump is out there to take their checks away. So they hate his guts. Because otherwise, I would have thought old people would kind of like the cut of his jib. But 54% of them disapprove and 40% approve. And Trump also had a 444 job approval number. That's going down a little bit, isn't it? I think the tariffs and the market and all that shit might be causing some problems there. Trump approval rating. But yeah, the elderly, they don't like him. The elderly are not big fans. Where's my Real Clear Politics? That's what I'm looking for. President Trump job approval. Where are we at? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not signing up. All right. Real Clear Politics average 46% approval, 51% disapproval. Wow. Fox News had him at 44. Economist this week had him at 44. Rasmussen had him at 50. Highest one is a Daily Mail poll from last week that had him at 54%. And the highest this week is Rasmussen at 50. The lowest is the Fox News poll that has him at 44. And, traditionally his first term before COVID, even when things were going unbelievably well, they were going stellar and all that, he was still at 45, 46. I mean, he was never a plus 50% president until this first term. At the beginning of this first term, I think he was at 51, 52. But he hasn't been there since. Wally World with $5 says, let the record show that this is a TOS violation. All right. Guys, keep those TOS violations coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Zenman with $1 says the old blue hair twats and the young blue hair twats hate the Trumpster. 191 Redbird with $5, another TOS violation, says that generation sold America out for an easy retirement and suddenly looking at the prospect of having to pay the price instead of passing it on. Well, I mean, the boomers are known for being the people who thought we had endless resources and could leverage them and consume them any way they wanted to. I get you there. That puts us at 270 for today. Thank you very much. Remember, keep those terms of service violations coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 270 away from today's goal and an extra stream today because of your continued perfection. Remember, all of these are terms of service violations. Here, let's see. Is it against TOS to ask for donations on Rumble? Let's clear this up. Doesn't say so. It doesn't say that requesting Rumble Rants is against their terms of service. Sorry, guys. It's an easy Google search away. 270 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go ahead and check out this. This is one of the, yesterday we had that story about the guy who saw that 11-year-old kid and assumed that 11-year-old had been egging his house, so he ran him down and, subdued them and laid on them. Like, it was a really creepy story, this stupid asshole. And look, I understand his house had been getting egged, and that's terrible, but like, there was no evidence that this 11-year-old was doing it. He didn't catch them in the act, just ran them down in the woods and tackled them and laid on them. I mean, it was really fucking creepy. Now we have another incident at a playground in Ohio where some giant, fat, offensive guard-looking bitch was beating up somebody's child at a fucking playground. Take a look at this woman. I mean, I'm not saying you should be executed for being ugly, but throw the book at her. Not a cookbook, though. Look at this. She's...
Now what? You want to keep running her? Police say 19-year-old Destiny Scott got into a fight with the young girl and repeatedly slammed her head into the playground slide.
Jesus Christ. Like, just kick her in the head. Like, police brutality is warranted here. Or I guess in this case, it would be wailing. But, oh, by the way, do you think 19-year-old Destiny has a child that might be, might look a little different than her? I'm just saying. Or at least has tried to get one.
Making her bleed and concussing her.
And the girl ran up behind me and she grabbed me by my hair and flung me up against the ground.
Scott has been charged.
Oh, wow, I had this story wrong. Wow, talk about your switcheroos, huh? That one was kind of a mind fuck. I didn't know how to take it.
With assault and disorderly conduct.
Ew. And she's dressed like a fat white pig, too, with the tube top and the shorts and the fucking pig gut hanging. Oh, God. We used to be a proper country. We need bullying. We need shaming. We need to really start treating people like shit again. We tried this whole treat everyone with respect thing, but it's like my daddy taught me. Respect is earned, not given. We got to stop operating under the assumption that everyone deserves respect right out of the gate. You got to prove it. Because really, I mean, there should be nothing wrong with seeing a 300-pound woman with her gut hanging out. There should be nothing wrong with throwing ice cream cones at her. There should be nothing wrong with bullying her and taunting her and teasing her until she covers up. She should be put in a burqa. The older I get, the more I start to believe that maybe a touch of fascism isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, if we bullied this woman, she wouldn't be beating up a 9-year-old kid on a playground right now.
Set to appear in court on Tuesday morning.
I feel like it's ridiculous, and the police aren't providing any protection for my child, and there should definitely be a lot more done about this than a miss.
Doesn't she just look like someone who can unhinge her jaw to eat a whole cake? Like, doesn't it just kind of look like she has another... like a channel locks. You understand? Like when you open it up and then you can, pull it and it opens a little wider. She's got a channel lock jaw. I'm not the only one who sees it. It's because the bottom lip is so much bigger. See, look, she's even trying to eat her own top lip. That's how hungry she is. Hungry hippo.
Demeanor, assault, and disorderly conduct.
While Scott was being detained, she told the child's mother she hoped the little girl would die, and the mother lunged for her daughter's attacker. Mom was charged with obstructing official business and disorderly conduct.
The mom was charged? The mom should have been allowed to beat that whale to death and shouldn't have caught any charges. And I'd take that one to trial. You think you're going to get convicted? When some monster is... You show that video of that porker beating up that defenseless little girl and say, and then after that, a mom bashed her head in with a fucking lamppost. And the jury would come back in 15 minutes, not guilty.
Destiny is 270 pounds. She is 19 years old. My daughter is 110 pounds. She could have killed her.
Checks out. And eaten her. I mean, I will say this about Destiny. She does look like she eats what she kills. So she's many things, but she is not wasteful, at least. Diablo Sandwich, you're about 10 years late on this one. This has been our running joke on the program for a long time, but thank you for being a fan. $2. He says, you look like Dwight from The Office. Yeah, we've been there, buddy. Redbird with $10 says the World War II generation handed boomers the greatest industrial economic powerhouse on the planet, and they immediately felt they built it and were entitled to sell it overseas instead of passing it on. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you wholeheartedly. $10 from Gray Duckling says 7 for you, 3 for Rumble. It's actually 8 for me, 2 for Rumble. But thank you, guys. Thank you for all these policy violations. I appreciate it. King Kong Dong with $5 says, Aaron, this is a black guy commenting and the chirp is real. Also, here is a TOS violation. Dono. Is this what it's going to be now? Like, has Steel Toe beaten all these guys so bad that now they couldn't stop the goal? They couldn't stop us from... Because remember, Patrick's original thing was, his original goal was we would never go live again. He lost that one a long fucking time ago. Now, he's just been proven wrong, and we've worked him on everything. Now is it donations or a TOS violation? Oh, man, just wave the white flag. Wave the white flag. It's fucking over, bro. It's fucking over. Here come more TOS violations. Thank you very much to Grand Poobah. Grand Poobah with $5 says, when asked to comment on the assault, the suspect responded, ho, 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 bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me. That was Darth Vader mixed with Child. That was a terrible impression. Terrible. 2:45 away from today. Look at you guys. You're just staying on pace. What a great Thursday. Thank you so much. Keep those TOS violations coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rant, Super Chats. We appreciate that. Oh, yeah, bigot on socialist media. I love this other new cope. They go, you called Will's boss. Why did you? I didn't. Nova wrote about, what was it, Jim Parker? Will talked about drinking with his boss, Jim Parker, said it on numerous streams where he was shitting on Steel Toe. All I did was say his name and Will appears in your DMs. I believe in Jim Parker. I believe in Jim Parker because Will's horse teeth gave him away, and he goes to DMs and he asks to come on your show and you tell him no. I said, I believe in Jim Parker. I believe in Jim Parker. Everybody, wave your hands from side to side and say, I believe in Jim Parker. Because Jim Parker is so prestigious. Will says Jim's drunk and I don't care. I believe in Jim Parker. Because Jim Parker is so prestigious. Nova says you should make an AI. Should we make an AI song? Should we do that? Should we do that right now? You guys want to make a Jim Parker AI song? Wally World with $5 says, stop collecting these TOS violations. Guys, stop violating Rumble's terms of service by sending us money. 240 away from today's goal. Stop going to Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants and sending us TOS violations. It's awful. All right, Nova wants us to go in. All right, what's the make an AI song? What's my Suno? That's the one. Banhammer with $2 says, Banhammer on the no donation haters? No, not at all. I love watching them have to deal with their L's. I love watching them have to. Okay, do I have an account here? I think I do. Continue, sign in with Google. All right, let's make a Jim Parker, Will Heron song today. We'll just put in some suggestions for lyrics. Mine is not going to be as good as, say, Monograph song. I believe in Jim Parker. Create. What do you think? Not a rap song. Let's make it a rock song. Doo-wop, disco, synth pop, R&B, rockabilly. Wow, there's one I haven't heard in a long time. Math rock. I think they meant meth rock, but that's fine. Let's make a rock song. Next. Next. Oh, God, I have to enter my birthday and everything? Jesus Christ. 12/24. 1986. I'm an old man. Simple. I believe in Jim Parker. Jim Parker is Will Heron's boss. He is a party animal. He parties with Will. He loves... All right, here we go. This is, let's get this bad boy going. We're creating our Jim Parker song. Wow, they've made a song called The Legend of Jim Parker. Okay. I am ready for the legend of Jim Parker. Let's make that public. Here we go.
They call him Jim Parker, what a name to bear, with a reputation so rare. He's got style and flair, Will Heron's boss, but so much more. A party animal shaking up
what the fuck?
The dance floor. Oh, Jim Parker, you're the king of the scene, the life of the party in every routine. Prestige is laughter where the lights gleam bright. With Will and his horse teeth, you light up the night.
With Will and his horse teeth, you light up the night. This is great.
He loves a good cocktail and a laugh that roars, pulling pranks with Will through open doors. He's got that charm that's hard to find, prestige in his aura and joy in his mind.
Everybody!
Oh, Jim Parker, you're the king of the scene, the life of the party in every routine.
Come on now.
Prestige is laughter where the lights gleam bright. With
Will and his horse teeth, you light up the night. Jim, the Ballad of Jim Parker.
In the boardroom, sharp but wild at heart, a masterpiece of chaos, he's a walking art. Behind that smirk, there's a tale untold, a spark of rebellion and stories of old. Oh, Jim Parker, you're the king of the scene.
What a song.
The life of the party in every routine.
Yeah.
Prestige is laughter where the
Lights gleam bright.
with Will and his horse teeth, you light up the night.
Come on. Oh, you know what? I'm putting the link. That link's going in the chat. There you go, guys. Deutsch Chad says AI used as it was intended. I agree. Good old-fashioned fun. There's the Ballad of Jim Parker, if you're looking for it. Share it on Twitter, too. Gotta share it on Twitter. If you don't share it on Twitter, you're doing Will a disservice. Look, man, I just made a song honoring Will's boss. If he can't appreciate that, then he doesn't believe in Jim Parker. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with 199 says, wasn't it Jim Palmer? No. I got that wrong. $5 from Dead Game says, RIP TV's Will Heron's job. Sup, Jim? No. Jim, if you fire Will Heron, you're going to have to deal with me. You're never going to hear the end of it. Jim, Will is a good boy. And honestly, completely unemployable anywhere else. You got to give him that job as a fucking charity, Jim. Jesus Christ. Power Windows with $1 says, Rumble didn't let me add the other 2 zeros to my donation. Something about violating TOS. Oh, God damn it. Thank you, Power Windows. I hate these TOS violations. Andrea Plus with $2 says, I believe in Jim Parker. I mean, my God, who here doesn't believe in Jim Parker? You're right, Mad Max Smart again. He says, how is it anyone else making that would make an epic rock song, and when you do it, it sounds like a gay love ballad done by Matchbox 20? Look, Someone said Will's learning the hard way. Nah. Will's doing just fine. Will's doing great. People love the Jim Parker song. Bigot on Socialist Media says it's a banger. Well, good. Good. All right, this is oh, thank you. Yeah, I think who was it? Approachable or King Kong Dong sent this one in. This is LeBron this is LeBron what do you call it? Flopping in the first round against the Timberwolves. God, he's the worst, man. I forgot how bad LeBron was with that shit until I watched game 1. What a fucking douchebag. Here we go.
Watch this. Watch this shit.
LeBron was flopping and he peeked to see if the ref was still looking. What a douche.
Nah, Brian.
Oh,
Brian. That man, Brian, funny. Hey, don't judge me.
You know, I think that's why he'll never get the respect Jordan did. Whether or not he's as good as Jordan ever was, we don't know. That's a matter of opinion. But the reason he'll never get the respect Jordan did is because he plays like a bitch. Jordan played like a warrior. LeBron plays like a bitch. Oh, hey, guys, guess what? Guess what our goal is right now? The goal at the moment, I think I need a dentist. Oh, God, I think I need a dentist, you guys. Ooh, this one hurts really bad. I think this one might need to be pulled. I believe I need to go to the dentist because it's 2:30. You see, it's 2:30. So it may be time for me to go to the dentist as I'm having oh, God. You know what? The old timers say that you should rub brandy on a hot tooth. But, man, I don't know if this is going to work because I have a 2:30. And with the fact that the dentist probably isn't open at 7:45 in the morning, I really don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to suffer through this, seeing as I have a 2:30 goal right now. Okay, I need to let you guys in on something. For those of you who are newer to Steel Toe and you haven't been listening for 10 years, sometimes I do things for you guys, right? Sometimes I do segments and things like that to entertain you. Other times I may do what's called doing it for me. Oh, Chips and Diff says it still says 270 on YouTube. Whoopsie daisy. There you go. 230 is 230 is the number. King Kong Dong with $1 says, I'd rather you chew on a banana in a microphone. I mean, I can do that too, but right now, I don't know if I can chew on any food. Not when I have a 230. I mean, that's really going to hurt. Why would you want me to chew on things when I have a 230? All right, it was fun. Thank you, Give Me Tips, with $5. Remember, guys, donations are Rumble terms of service violations. So you guys are violating Rumble's terms of service if you contribute to this program. So I don't want to see any kind of mischief going on. You guys are right on track for today. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Just continue violating the terms of service, and we'll appreciate it. You know what, guys? It's bugging the shit out of me. It's bothering me. Hold on one second. Here. All right. Now I've used. We're gonna figure this out. We're not going to do synth funk. We're not going to do anything like that. I'm going to get this fucking figured out. We're going to create a song that we can be proud of instead of fucking that alternative goddamn, what do you call it? Here we go. Here we go. Now we're going to have a solid Jim Parker song. This is going to be a better Jim Parker song. Acoustic folksy. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted a fucking rock song. God damn you. Quit making, we don't want folksy Jim Parker songs. Hold on a minute. We're going to, you know what? Get out of there. Get out of there. We're going to create a new one. We're going to create, it's bothering me. It's bothering me. Here. Let's go. Let's create this song and let's get a rock version of it going. Here we go. Male vocals rock. This one's called The Prestigious Party Animal. Now, this is going to be a better Jim Parker song than the first one. Then I promise we're moving on. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today. We're very, very busy. I just really want to make a tribute to Jim Parker that works. Fuck, it's still gay. No, we're not doing this. We've seen this before. The first Jim Parker song was so good, we're not going to ruin it by doing this again. No. That first Jim Parker song was good. I don't want to ruin the prestigiousness of Jim Parker by going to the well one too many times. All right. Let's go to, I didn't see this until this morning. Alyssa Clips made a video where Legal Mindset apparently got threatened by Johnny Somali. So if you don't know, Legal Mindset has been covering the Johnny Somali stuff. Now, Johnny Somali, if you don't know him, he's an absolute cocksucker. He's a piece of shit. I've never seen someone that I want to get beat up on stream more. I've never seen someone more deserving of just an absolute crushing than Johnny Somali. He is an unrepentant douchebag, and he's terrible. And Legal Mindset's been doing a very good job covering this. He's been getting a shitload of views for it. He's been very successful with it. Apparently, Johnny Somali has been following. He be following. And he decided, you know, the thing about Johnny Somali is he's one of these. He's a cell phone. He's a walking cell phone. The guy cannot get out of his own way. And I guess recently he was on stream and he showed his search history, which one of them was minimum age of consent in the UK. Now, I don't know why he's looking that up. Number one, it makes him look like a creep. Number two, that motherfucker ain't leaving Korea for a long time. So that ain't even going to factor into things for him. But this is Legal Mindset covering Johnny Somali threatening him. Now, Johnny Somali is facing years and years of hard time, daddy, in Korea. So why he would want to make more trouble for himself, I don't know, but it's laughs for the rest of us. So this is Legal Mindset being threatened by Johnny Somali.
This is a very specific threat against me, of all people here. So let's listen up to this one.
How does someone with dark skin look like such a ghoul? Anybody got that one? I mean, he's simultaneously dark-skinned, but also looks like an apparition. I mean, Johnny Somali is a lot of things, but he's very unconventional as well.
Legal Mindset.
More like legal dick sucker. Sorry. You got to admit, the kid was funny on that one. The kid, hey, back before he fried his brain, the kid had some chops. He did give us some gold back in the day. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't over imbibe.
Of all people here. So let's listen up to this one.
Legal Mindset. I don't need to fight that nigga.
That's true. Does not need to fight that nigga.
Walk past the nigga, inject the nigga with some HIV blood with a fucking needle, nigga.
Jesus Christ. Like, who thinks of that? Like, I've done some shit talking in my day. Still do. But yo, I don't need to fight that dude. I just need to sneak by him and hit him with an HIV. What is this, an episode of Law & Order SVU, motherfucker? Now we're injecting people with AIDS? And remember, why? Why are we injecting people with AIDS? He's injecting Legal Mindset with AIDS because he dared to cover what a retard Johnny Somali is. And here I would have thought, I will say this. Hitting Legal Mindset with an AIDS needle is a lot sneakier way to give Legal Mindset AIDS than I would think would be Johnny Somali's preferred method, which would just be gay fucking him in the ass. That would have been the way. That actually threw me for a loop. That's what they call in the wrestling biz a swerve.
Legal Mindset.
See, that's a very specific threat against a very specific person. That's actually against me.
Yeah. Legal Mindset looks really rattled by the rush there. I love that. I like that where he's like, I see that's a very specific threat. Well, terrible thing. Awful thing. You might want to be careful there, Legal Mindset. Sometimes these guys go crazy enough. They without authorization, they access your Google account and share things with people. I mean, you might really. I mean, this Johnny Somali right now, he just wants to give you AIDS, so he's not as crazy as you could get. I mean, some people go full white girl college age stalker. So be careful, Legal Mindset. I don't need you getting AIDS and your Google account getting hacked.
So that is what you would call, and that's a threat, and that's what you call a pinprick attack, which is, you can Google it. There's actually...
It's not a pinprick attack. It's a giant prick attack. Johnny Somali is a massive prick.
Wikipedia pages about it. There's stuff like that about it. That is very much criminal to threaten, to talk about. And in many countries, there's actually specific statutes that relate to that legally. Right?
That's really fucked up. So you can't threaten to give someone a you can't threaten to give someone AIDS? What are SP and I going to do for foreplay now? I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I know that gets you going, me threatening to give you AIDS, but Legal Mindset says we can't. I'm committing a felony.
That specifically relate.
Motherfucker, I'm on probation. I can't be giving bitches AIDS and shit. I think the only place you can legally give someone AIDS is California. It's like it's on the state flag.
To that
positive HIV test. That's the state flag of California.
So in countries like the United States and Western Europe, there are laws now. In many places, there was a specific statute, the specific law.
How would you respond to that? Like if someone did that to you, that'd be such a weird thing. Like you're just walking by, you got grocery bags in each hand. You're walking home or you're walking out to your car and all of a sudden some guy dressed in all black runs up to you, hits you with a needle and you go, oh, well, fuck, I've got AIDS now. God damn it. Last thing I needed today. Shit. Guess I got to go make a trip to the doctor. Good thing I got broth.
That says that threatening people with AIDS or passing AIDS is illegal. Now, back in the day, these laws were...
How about if I hit you with the COVID vaccine? That seems like that's a gray area. Because there's still people who believe that would be beneficial. Other people believe it would fucking kill you. So, I don't know. What if I hit someone with the COVID vaccine? I feel like not getting permission, it would be illegal regardless.
Controversial.
What would you rather have, injected with HIV or the COVID vaccine? At least with the HIV, you know it's going to hit you.
Because many people thought that they would be used against people that lived other alternative lifestyles, like, for example, homosexuals.
What?
So,
I'm sorry, Legal Mindset. Do homosexuals get AIDS more than other people? This is not something I've ever heard. A lot of white supremacy going on here.
In the past, they thought that these laws would be used widely to essentially ban homosexuality. By and large,
I got to tell you, bro, I don't think the gay community needed any help spreading it. It's like, hey, we got to make sure that we can limit the spread of AIDS. And gays were like, well, we don't use needles. I mean, we still use pricks.
With isolated cases and individual, exceptions aside, by and large, generally that did not happen. But those laws are still on the books, laws that criminalize specifically the intentional transmission of HIV and AIDS. But
I think that's a good law to have. I mean, they say, oh, those laws are still on the books. Like, yeah, it's a good thing. You shouldn't be allowed to just give people diseases knowingly.
Beyond that, you can actually use existing laws. So laws like intimidation. So saying, I'm going to do this because you cover me, or I'm going to do this if you don't release me. That is intimidation. That's also an attempted crime. It can be assault. And if you actually do it, it can be attempted murder or murder. So if you...
This is where legal mindset is like way smarter than I am. Like, if Johnny Somali was threatening to give me AIDS, like, I just make stupid jokes for an hour about it. Like, legal mindset is so much more, like, he's smarter and more cerebral. He's like, I'm going to do a 5-minute breakdown on all of the statutes that this violates and why this man is breaking the law by doing this. I would just sit there and it would alternate between black jokes, gay jokes, AIDS jokes, and then, we'd come full circle, beat the horse to death, wake the horse up, give it smelling salts, beat the living dog shit out of it again, pick it back up, and the cycle continues. But, thank God we have people like Legal Mindset to break it down in a much more professional way. Much more professional way. Northside CA says this happened in the Drew Down song 911. They tried to make Yuck Mouth fuck a bitch with AIDS. I mean, look, in the history of the troubadour, there have been a lot of tales spread by song. So I understand how the traveling minstrel would, strum his chords and tell tales of love and love lost and love gained again. Then there would be other romantic ditties about a man holding down another man and fucking him in the mouth until he gave him AIDS. It's, everyone loves different. That's what my non-binary 8th grade English teacher taught me in one of the portable buildings that we held class in. It's a long story. I don't want to look. We try not to do boring here. Turtle Steel Shell with $1 says Johnny Somali, aka RKI, is one of the few people I would German suplex on sight given the chance. It's a powerful move. Would you give him one German suplex, or would you give him rolling Germans? Would you keep the hold on, roll, and then, because that's kind of gay, but it's more Germans. How about a 3 amigos? You know what I would like to do to Johnny Somali? The most dangerous 3 letters in sports entertainment, HIV. No, I'm sorry, it's RKO, isn't it? It's RKO. I keep forgetting that it's not. That'd be great. Randy Orton comes out to cut a promo, and he's like, John Cena, I'm going to come out there at Backlash, and I'm going to hit you with the 3 scariest words in sports entertainment. Hey, let's get Randy Orton's music queued up so we can see what this promo would look like in real time. You know what? I always said I missed my calling as a sports entertainment writer. John Cena, at Backlash, you're going to get hit with the 3 most deadly letters in all of sports entertainment. HIV. John Cena, it's going to get real gay at Backlash when I hit you with not 1, not 2, but 3 HIV.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause they love him in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada. And
we got promos here on the toe. We got promos and you didn't know. BPSD says, is Chad Zumock a comedian? He's never made me laugh. You're more entertaining. Oh, damned by faint praise, sir. Damned by faint praise. Plankton with $1 says, just pretend that jar of queso is a vial of AIDS. Like I said, if threatening to give someone AIDS is against the law, then my baby and I are going to have to come up with a new way to get each other going in the boudoir. Potentially criminal with $2 says, joke's on you. Attaboy. Nice work, sandwich man. He says, joke's on you. Fauci is behind both HIV and COVID. That son of a bitch really is. He is the Park Place and Boardwalk of orchestrated pandemics, isn't he? Motherfucker's got Park Place, Boardwalk, and hotels. Fauci really is he's the king of disease. Dr. Death, like Steve Williams. You know, I've been thinking silently to myself for years. I'm like, who can we say took up Mengele's mantle? Which, by the way, my favorite episode of Law & Order SVU is Mengele's mantle. Who could take up Dr. Mengele's mantle? As I call him, Mr. Mengele. I'm not going to, dignify him with the doctor. But I think Fauci taking up Mengele's mantle is definitely, it's probably the closest thing we have. I mean, in fairness, Mengele's damage was very local. It was just the conjoined Jewish twins he was working on. How many pandemics did Mengele unleash? I think we got a big fat goose egg on that one. Fauci's crushing Mengele. How many people died from COVID? I think Fauci maybe even beaten Mengele on body count as well. I mean, these guys, look, they work hard and they deserve they deserve their kudos for the hard work that they put in. Thank you guys very much. We are 2:15 away from today. Remember, all of your contributions are terms of service violations. We appreciate your terms of service violations. 2:15 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very, very much. Oh, look at that. Meme Copium's live today. I bet you that means we're about 100 to 200 shorter than we usually are. And, yep, sure are. Sure are. We're way lower than usual. Thanks, Meme. Appreciate it. You're the fucking man, dude. Look, it's not his fault. He lives in fucking Japan, right? He's got to go on when it's timely and advantageous to him. No ill will whatsoever. Thanks, buddy. 2:15 is the number. Go ahead. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's. Guys, guess what's back at Stoney's? That's right. Bike night is back at Stoney's. So fire up your hog, not the way Johnny Somali wants to, and head on down to Stoney's in downtown Rockville tonight. 250 cans. Not only that, they're going to have Heavenly Hogs truck out there. They've got a little food variety tonight at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Check them out. Stoney's right there on Broadway in Rockville. Of course, on the weekends, they've got live music. We got the anniversary show coming up July 26th. All kinds of cool shit coming up this summer at Stoney's. Take advantage of that patio. There's no naked twister tonight. But Stoney's is always offering you a damn good time regardless. Go hang out with my buddy Cheetos and the team out there at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. And, of course, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Now, Johnny Somali doesn't need what Midland Armory sells because he's got his trusty HIV needle, but a lot of us don't have that. So we get our protection from Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Right now, Midland Armory has expertise in NFA items and the transfer process, including but not limited to silencers and short-barreled rifles. A lot of services you can't get anywhere else, especially in the area. Everything is done in the store electronically. They help with the NFA process from start to finish, and they deal in most silencer brands. They're also going to be at a gun show this weekend in Ramsey at the Adrenaline Sports Complex. Go ahead and check that out. That's in Ramsey, Minnesota, not too far from this area. The store will be closed Friday, so they can set up for that. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And, of course, if you go in the ditch, which there are such unfortunates, go ahead and call our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Nobody better than All Care when it comes to picking you up with your motorcycle, your vehicle, heavy-duty equipment. It doesn't matter. They've got your back at All Care Towing. Did I say Midland Armory? Too many Celsius this morning. Too many. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. All right, let's get back to business, boys and girls. Remember to keep violating the Rumble terms of service by sending us money. That is the best way to violate the terms of service. 215, 210, somewhere around there, away from today's goal. And if we have another perfect week, which is what knocking out today's goal would be, I'm going to come back on later this afternoon because I got a lot emptier schedule than usual. You know, no more court. So we'll come on for an hour. We'll talk some shit. We'll do some things if we knock out today. I appreciate it. That's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble rants. Violate that terms of service all day long. Thank you, kids. This is, I don't know, is this brilliant or is this psychotic or is it a little bit of both? A woman pretended to be an ICE agent because she was upset that her ex was getting married had a new wife. So he posed as an ICE agent and tried to kidnap her. Let's find. I want to find an audio version of this story because this print version just doesn't do it for me. Woman impersonates ICE agent. Here it is. Perfect. Kidnapper ex's new wife. This is what
a woman was arrested in Florida after impersonating an ICE agent and kidnapping her ex-boyfriend's new wife. Here's what happened. Authorities in Bay County, Florida responded to a call from a victim who stated that she had been kidnapped after her husband's ex-girlfriend showed up at her place of work posing as an Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officer who claimed to be detaining the victim. The suspect, identified as 52.
Oh my God. I mean, just let him be with that girl. I mean, that's punishment to know. Why would you? You're going to be fine. You're going to move on. You're going to get through this, lady. I mean, have you ever seen someone with a shifted head? This is a new look for me. Her head looks like, you know the movie Ghost Ship where everybody gets cut in half by the wire snaps, cuts everybody in half, and everybody's body starts sliding off of them. Their head starts sliding off of them. It looked like we went freeze frame in that scene from Ghost Ship, and this woman's face was still in the process of falling off. This is amazing. The top of her head is like a cookie jar on a shelf that's trying to be dragged down by a 3-year-old standing on a dining room table. It's the most unique look I've ever seen. I can't look at my screen right now without tilting my head my own damn self, trying to see if I can magic eye this thing back to straight.
2-year-old Lee Trent's Battle allegedly approached the victim while wearing a black t-shirt with the letters ICE printed on the front and presented a business card that...
Wait, she wasn't the one... She was the one who pretended to be the ICE agent. I thought she... Well, yeah, why would the one who was the victim of the crime have a mugshot, I guess? Well, I mean, I guess I'm the victim of a crime. I still have a mugshot.
Appeared to be associated with the local sheriff's office. Battle also carried a handheld radio, adding to the illusion that she was with Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
That's all it takes? That's all you need to do to trick somebody? Just put a fake badge on, you have a walkie. Well, I was going to call bullshit on this ICE thing, but is that a walkie? Son of a bitch, you are the real deal, aren't you? No, that's okay. I don't need to see credentials. I'll come with you. I mean, what kind of psychopath would just wear a walkie-talkie and not be on official business?
Victim, who authorities have confirmed is in the process of becoming a legal United States resident, complied with Battle's demands, willingly getting into the suspect's car because she was scared and did not want to get in more trouble. Battle told the victim that they were going to the sheriff's office and allegedly spoke into the handheld radio multiple times throughout the ride.
Okay, this is beyond psychotic. Can we send this woman to Korea? Johnny Somali needs a girlfriend. I think she would be perfect. They could go around arresting people, giving them AIDS. I mean, they all kinds of fun.
forcing the victim's belief that she was legitimately being detained by ICE. The victim stated that she attempted to contact her lawyer and husband while in the car, but Battle snatched the phone from her hand, telling the victim that she could make the calls once they had arrived at the sheriff's office. However, as Battle drove past the sheriff's office...
That's not true. I mean, I hate to brag about my expertise, but I got to dick around on my phone while I was in the police car. I think the police officer who arrested me, though, he was I think he was a steel toe guy, or at least he was aware, because the motherfucker purposely turned on the 101 Johnny Rock morning show, which I thought was funny. And I thought I saw him smiling in the rear view because I laughed. I was like, okay, I get it. He was really nice, though. He was like, hey, man, I parked down the street. I'm going to walk you to the car. I don't want you know, I'll put the cuffs on you when we get to the car so your neighbors don't see and shit like that. I'm like, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And he did them in front. I got to use my phone and everything. Like I said, everyone, none of the process ever felt personal. Everyone was really nice. Like, believe it or not, the people at the jail were super nice. You know, one guy was like, I think you're going to win best dressed at the jail today. I'm like, oh, that's what I'm here for. They were really nice. One of the guards came and talked to me. He's like, hey, man, you bored? Can I get you some books or something? And this was interesting. You know what book they gave me? And I was only there for like 5 or 6 hours, but like, you know what book they gave me? I didn't know that you could have this in a jail library. He gave me like a Law and Order SVU, like true crimes, a guy and a girl, private detective solving a serial killer case book. I thought that was the weirdest thing.
Office, the victim started to become suspicious of the situation. According to an arrest affidavit obtained by local media.
Old shelf head. That's what we're going to call her. I mean, she really does look like one of the Men in Black aliens, like she took someone's skin and it doesn't quite fit right. Place your projectile weapon on the ground. Yo, you can have my gun when you pry from my cold dead hands, bitch. Your proposal is acceptable. She craves sugar water and thrives on carnage.
Battle told the victim that she now has to suffer the consequences of her husband's actions as they drove toward an apartment complex where Battle said additional ICE agents would be waiting for them.
Well, that makes total sense. I mean, that's what usually happens.
Arrived at the apartment complex, Battle entered one of the units, giving the victim an opportunity to knock on the window of a neighboring apartment. The victim then used the neighbor's phone to contact authorities. The neighbor allowed the victim to hide in his apartment until authorities arrived. In the meantime, the victim called her husband and relayed the details of the incident. So now
you're harboring an illegal immigrant? How dare you? Not in Trump's America.
He said sounded similar to an incident that occurred a few years earlier when he filed a restraining order against Battle after she showed up at his place of work and attacked him. Authorities pulled Battle over as she was on her way to Alabama. She was charged with kidnapping.
Wait. That's how she was dressed? You let her take you as an ICE agent dressed like that? Well, Aaron, she had a walkie-talkie.
Authorities pulled Battle over as she was on her way to Alabama. She was charged with kidnapping in commission of a felony, robbery by sudden snatching, impersonating law enforcement officers in commission of a felony, and felony violation of probation.
Sounds like a 5-year probation sentence if I ever heard one. God damn. You know, I got some people in the chat are saying, I have no sympathy for her. You know, she went, Redbird with $5 says a lone female officer showing up to take physical custody of a suspect. No sympathy. Yeah, like if it's you or me, I get it. Like you have reason to be skeptical and you can call bullshit. But like if you are, it sounds like she was here illegally. I mean, how else do you read the phrase, working on becoming a legal resident? So she was here illegally, so she's probably scared shitless at the prospect of being caught by ICE, so it just kind of played into that. I kind of get it. Although that is true, someone else in the chat pointing out it is a female cop, gun drawn. Fortunately, Doggo didn't die, which is always nice. Thank you for the $5, Redbird. 210 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get in there and violate some terms of service today. Knock out that final goal for the week and call it a win for the toe. And, of course, to sweeten the pot, we'll come back on for about an hour this afternoon. We'll do a little extra streaming if you guys give us another perfect week. So thank you very much. Doom says, where do we stand on female police officers? Okay or liability? Look, this has never been a politically correct show. I do believe that you'd have to go pretty far down on the list of men who want to be police officers before you get to a woman who would be a better choice. We're talking physically, all of it. I think women should here's how I'd answer that. Women should be allowed to be police officers. The test and the clearance to get to be a police officer should be the same for everybody, regardless of gender. I also believe that while women should be allowed to be police officers, I think an all-male police force would most of the time outperform a police force that had women on it. Are all female police officers a liability? No. A majority of male applicants would be a better choice than a female applicant, though. I don't think I'm as hardcore against the female cop thing as a lot of other people are, but I do have a very realistic kind of view on it, where I'm like, look, I'm not for it, I'm not against it, but if you look at the reality of the situation, it's kind of like the military. I don't want women put in that kind of danger. I'm a little old school. I do believe it is men's job to go to battle. I don't believe a woman, even if she's in great shape and qualified, I don't believe a woman should go to war before I do. Now, am I going to volunteer? Fuck no. I'm a chicken shit in that regard. But like, as far as a draft goes, I should, if there's a woman drafted and I'm not, that shouldn't be allowed. I think in a draft, I should be drafted for military service before a woman. I'm a little old school like that. Doom says, yeah, I agree with all of that, to be honest. Solid answer. Cheers. And the standards should be the same at least. Yeah, I always kind of hated that in the military where they would lower the standards. It's like, no, let's keep those standards up. Look, there's enough guys who can't pass those standards. You don't want to humiliate a guy by letting him do girl push-ups, do you? I mean, Jesus. McBuster says someone has to bring the men's sandwiches. See, now why this ugliness? Why does this ugliness have to come out of an honest discussion? I ax you. 2:10 away from today, guys. Thank you very much for your contributions. God bless cameras. And God bless the fact that we have so many cameras in so many different places now. There was a councilman in Highland Park, Michigan, who was not happy with the fact that they wanted him to take a breathalyzer test after a crash. And thank God that there was a body cam, because boy, did he let the officers have it. When they said, hey, come on now. Now, first of all, if you want to show cops that you're sober and that this crash was not done under the influence, motherfucking them for asking about a breathalyzer is not the best way to assuage skepticism, shall we say. Let's go ahead and watch this guy. His name's Khurshid Ash-Shahafi, and he is a city councilman in Highland Park, Michigan. I don't know if you know this about Michigan, but what is it, Dearborn? Dearborn, I believe, has the highest per capita population of Muslims. I want to say anywhere outside of the Middle East. St. Cloud, Minnesota is up there as well. But this is a councilman who was involved in a crash, and the cops wanted to take his breath, and let's just say he was not having it. Let's go ahead and check in on this poor guy. Could just claim that you're being picked on.
Only on 7, a Highland Park City Councilman back in the hot seat. Thank you for staying with us, and we're so glad you're here. I'm Simon Shaket.
And I'm Glenda Lewis. The councilman going on a profanity late.
I got to be honest. I want to rewind. Does it really sound like that guy's happy we're here and he's happy that we're with us? That seemed a little forced to me. Go back. I don't really feel welcomed.
Only on 7, a Highland Park City Councilman back in the hot seat. Thank you for staying with us, and we're so glad you're here.
That really felt like an aside. I don't feel loved. You know who would make me feel more welcome and warm in this anchor seat? Will Heron, because he'd be showing me those big, horsey, pearly whites, you know? He'd be like, thank you very much for staying with us. We really appreciate you being here. And if you could hold out a sugar cube flat in your hand through the television, I'm a little peckish at the moment. Say another win for the toe. Say it! The Ballad of Jim Parker.
I'm Simon Shaquette.
And I'm Glenda Lewis. The councilman going on a profanity-laced rant last night during a council meeting.
Please do.
And then vowing to take revenge.
There's something about a Somali guy wearing the cap saying that, like, this will be blood for blood. I will get my revenge. You're like, all right, look, let's, Tiger got out of the cage. Let's just try to chill out a little bit here.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, and I love a good fight. So pardon my language.
I don't really know if we should be talking that way to the authorities. I love a good fucking fight. So bring it on. Like, now's not the time for wrestling promos, bro. I'm about to hit you with the most devastating letters in sports entertainment. HIV.
I've reported Councilman Khurshid Ashafi was previously arrested after crashing his car while allegedly driving on a suspended license, and he faced criticism for another police encounter. That's where officers say he...
Wait. Another? You've got a city councilman with multiple police encounters? Highland Park, Michigan, fucking killing the game over here. Look at this. Although this guy does sound like he'd be a ball buster in debates. And he's Muslim, so, like, you know, he ain't down for that bathroom shit. Yo, you got a fucking dick. You go in the dick bathroom. You ain't going in my daughter's bathroom. You go in the fucking dudes with dicks bathroom. This bullshit. I'll fucking fight you over this shit. That's like his go-to in debates. He's like, I'll fucking fight you. I'm like, all right, no reason to throw punches or hijack planes. I mean, let's just take it easy here.
He was making racially insensitive comments. Now he's once again being called out by Highland Park's
crack-ass, crack-a-cop motherfucker trying to pull a black man down. I'll fight a motherfucker. I don't give a shit.
Citizens.
For those of you who know this Gemini sitting up here, you know they didn't do nothing but pour gasoline on an already enraged inferno.
Jesus. Malcolm DMX over here. Pouring fire. Is he calling himself a Gemini? You usually don't see tough guys use their astrological sign. That's new to me, too. I like this guy. He's unique. He's different. I like a good unicorn. Yo, let me tell you something. They fuck with the wrong Pisces today. It's usually not seen as intimidating, giving people your astrological sign. I'm drooling on myself, pretending to be this dude. I'm going to tell you right now. You might be able to pull this motherfucking bullshit with a Sagittarius, motherfucker. But my name's Kid Rock. I'm a Capricorn. And Highland Park City's where I was born. You want to fuck with me? I'm going to bring a shitload of Tauruses with me. I'm going to bring some hard, pipe-hitting Geminis.
Part of a lengthy Highland Park City Council meeting on Monday night.
And I love a good fight.
Councilman Khurshid Ashafi trashing the city's police and refusing to step down from his job. His verbal attack leaving citizens who asked him to step down outraged.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. You want me to move? Come move me.
I love this. I'm voting for this dude. If he and I agree on shit, he's the kind of guy I want advocating for me. Now, they do have tasers. That is a pretty motivational tool to move a guy, but I like the bravado.
I'm sitting right here.
What are you revenging on? They did their job. You had an accident. You have no license. You have no insurance.
Total. You know what a fuck up you have to be for the black people in the community to get the cops back? Like, yo, man, I don't understand it. Like, why don't he just show respect for authority and shit? I don't know why this motherfucker got to go against a thin blue line, cuz. Yo, he one motherfucking Gemini who's stepping out. You got to respect the boy in blue, cuz. Shit.
Embarrassment for a council person to make threats inside the council chambers
using profanity.
I talked to citizens in the city who say this conduct has no place here. It follows this incident from 2 weeks ago. There I obtained body and dash cam video of his arrest for refusing a breathalyzer after a crash.
I'm not saying that, sir, at all. I'm just doing my job.
And allegedly driving on a suspended license and failing to yield.
Holy shit. That was a hell of a wreck. Can't believe this guy didn't have a legal license when this happened. You'd better be fucking drunk, dude. If this was you doing your attentive best. Everybody know that Gemini got concentration problems, motherfucker. Yo, you get behind the wheel of a car, you got a 50-50 chance at best of crashing into me. But everybody in this community's scared, and I know that they ain't even gonna try. So I take their 50%, add it to my 50%. That means I got a 100% chance of crashing that car. Then you add in the fact that it's nighttime out, you got 25.5% chance extended of hitting somebody. Then you add the fact that I ain't got no license right now, and that means I got about a 32 1/3% chance of fucking up. So you add that all together, you out there driving in Highland Park at night, and I'm on the road, you got a 157.55 chance at best of hitting me. You see, the numbers don't lie, and they spell a disaster for the traffic stats in this community.
Those charges remain pending.
They came out of no way.
Here, EMTs describing a
motherfucker, it was like an RKO out of nowhere.
Smell of alcohol and slurred speech, which the councilman denies. Blood test results also are still pending. And in another incident, March 10th, also caught on police body cam.
They can't release the blood test yet because they feel like they need to retest it. His blood tested positive for a heavy dosage of marshmallow fluff, which doesn't seem to make any sense.
Video in Highland Park.
I don't like Nazis.
Councilman Ashafi having a contentious exchange with officers outside a bar. Listen closely and you can hear him calling them white Nazis.
And I don't like Nazis.
Hi, Councilman.
I mean, I don't mean to push like racial purity or anything, but white Nazis are the best Nazis. I'm saying in the world of Nazis, there is no better Nazi than a white one. Until Asians start being Nazis, and then they always got to outperform us and shit. It's annoying.
This is Simon Shakef from Channel 7. After his council rant, I called Ashafi for an interview. But unlike his behavior at the public meeting, he had less to say this time on the phone. Can you talk about what you meant and why you said those things?
I got no comment for you, Simon. I'm giving you all that I'm giving you.
Yo, look, motherfucker, Mercury being retrograde and shit, so I ain't saying a goddamn thing. I looked at my astrophysical logical sign. It said the stars are stacked against you, girl. Get back in bed. So I ain't doing shit today. Mercury being retrograde, the moon pulling on my dick and balls and shit. I ain't talking to no white Nazi motherfucker while Gemini's out here being harassed by the cops for nothing other than where they was born.
Get no more from me.
And part of a statement just released, the mayor condemning what was said by Ashafi at the council meeting.
Mayor
Glenda McDonald saying, quote, there are always more constructive and appropriate ways.
By the way, Glenda McDonald is the good witch.
Is to express disagreement or convey a point. Regarding his use of the word revenge, I am unclear on who or what he was referring to. However, suggesting or threatening revenge in any context is entirely inappropriate for someone in public office.
Yo, motherfucker, I meant revenge in the metaphysical sense. I mean a spiritual vengeance. There's a little Bible chapter I have for something like this. It's Ezekiel. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. This segment was very fun, but it's also remarkably stupid.
Citizens I talked to say they're looking into a recall effort. If the councilman does not resign, the bottom line, they say what's happening is not acceptable, and this type of conduct must stop. Glenda?
This sounds like a coup d'etat by the Capricorns, if you ask me. Bastards, the whole lot of them. Devious, plotting bastards, if you ask me. 191 Redbird with $5 says, a time and place. Some calls are definitely better handled by female officers. Anything involving children or deaths with surviving family members. Maybe. 2:10 away from today's goal. We've stalled out a little, as we do around this time. If you'd like to throw in, I sure would appreciate that. We could knock out today's goal, make it a perfect week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. About 700 of you checking out the toe at the moment. We're down for today. We were up Monday and Tuesday. We were down yesterday because our stream went down. But down today, that sucks a dick. Up Monday and Tuesday, though, all in all, looking good for the toe. But let's get that 210 taken care of. We still got about 2 hours left in the program. We're doing pretty well. But let's keep those Rumble terms of service violations going. Remember, contributing to this program is a Rumble terms of service violation. You heard it from, what's his name, earlier to Hellcat. Let us know that that if you donate or you ask for anyone to give you Rumble rants, that is a term of service violation here on Rumble. So definitely don't click on any of the links in the chat here. Don't do any of that. That would be we don't want you guys breaking the rules. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble rants. If we do 20 YouTube gifted memberships, I will gift another 5. How's that? Hobo Chili Recipe. I don't like it when Hobo Chili Recipe starts like quoting literature and shit. It's so fucking gay of him. But he says, "You're a Montague? They were puffs, so it makes sense." I said Capricorns, not Capulets, you uncultured dickhead. Hobo, Shakespeare is not your bailiwick, all right? Let's stick to what you know. Basically, shit humor. Shit and gay humor. And really insensitive racial jokes. And calling Italians Mediterranean N-words. I mean, I'm just saying as a compliment, you have a very specific area of expertise. Don't try to over-intellect this shit. Sam Show says, quoting Shakespeare is gay. I mean, in fairness, you did get me to quote Shakespeare. Gavelman says, all day Monday, you kept saying the views were down. I know, and I ended up being wrong. I really thought it was down. Like, whenever I checked it, I was like, it was down. Then I looked at the stats at the end of the day, and our peak viewers were in the 800s. I guess I just fucking missed it. My bad. So I was wrong about Monday. I was being a pessimist, and the numbers bore me out. It was a win for the toe, but also a win over the toe as well. Hobo Chili Recipe says, that was a trap. Shut the fuck. No. You don't get to call it a trap. You thought that it was the Montagues and the Capricorns. And it's the Capulets. He says you love the theater. I mean, look, I walked into it. Fair enough. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you're no Mercutio, Aaron. It's Mercutio, isn't it? The fuck is his name in cocksucking Hamlet? Is it Hamlet? Oh, no, it is Mercutio. You're right. And it was Romeo and Juliet. Motherfucker, I don't know Hamlet. I had to do Hamlet once for a theater, for a play I did in middle school. I had to do a scene from Hamlet, the Get Thee to a Nunnery scene. Boy, did I fucking drill that one. Because we did a play. I can't remember what the name of it was, but we all played high school kids. But we were putting on a Shakespearean play. So there was like a play within a play. And I had to do Hamlet. My character was like a cut-up. He was like a wacky guy. But then in that, I had to do a dramatic turn as Hamlet where I got to fucking shout at my bitch. Like, I'm not really shouting at my bitch. She thinks I'm shouting at her, but I'm trying to get her like away from me or keep her out of danger or something. So I got to like pretend I think she's a fucking hoe bag and that she's got to get to a nunnery because she's a disloyal hoe. In reality, she wasn't. But I fucking drilled it. I drilled it. Nailed it. Fucking crush. Oh, God, I had such a crush on the girl I was acting with, too. She turned out to be a lesbian. I remember, though, like, we used to hang out, like, in the summertime. She would babysit at this house. And she would invite me over. And this was middle school, so this was before, like, fucking and stuff. You just smooch and grab a tit, you know? You weren't fucking at that age. But then she ended up being a lesbian years down the road. So sad. And no, it wasn't because of me. It was like college or later. It was long after, we made out in the summertime. I did not turn her gay. She had boyfriends and the whole deal. Stop it. Stop it. Approachable says, wow, yell at a hoe telling her she needs to get help. Who knew that play was a prediction of your future? Rachel says, wait, you turned her gay? No, I did not turn her gay. Dysrhythmia says, someone check in on April in a few months' time. I did not turn her into a lesbian. Papa Shab says, yes, you did. I just imagine him yelling that at me like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction. Yes, you did, Brett. Yes, you did. You turned her into a lesbian. 383 Novocaine says, another loss for the toe. Yeah, no, I didn't. I did not turn her into a lesbian. Hobo Chili says, Aaron wants dinner theater with a buffet. His favorite play, Bye Bye Birdie. AKA, I can't see my penis because you're fat. Okay, Hobo, you don't think that was a bit of a reach? Admit it, motherfucker. You reached on that one. I'm really embarrassed that I know this, but Bye Bye Birdie. What? Oh, God damn it. I know this one. Fuck. You know what? I forgot the words. Only a total theater homo would be mad that they forgot the words to Bye Bye Birdie. Why'd you... God damn it. I wish... I can't remember. Can't remember the words to Bye Bye Birdie. I'm the worst homo in the world. 2:10 away from today. Let's rally up. Let's knock this thing down. Let's call it another win for the toe. $2 from 191 Redbird says, was it recorded? The play? Yeah, I have a VHS of me as the captain of the guard in Roger and Hammerstein's Cinderella, where I dropped a killer ad-lib line that got a standing O. It's my peak. I think I have a recording of me as Doc Gibbs in the Thornton Wilder play Our Town, which got me a scholarship offer from Augsburg College for their drama department. Now, look, was I trying to get a scholarship offer for baseball and pitching? Yes, I was. I worked my ass off since I was 10 years old to be the best pitcher I could be. No scholarship offers for being a pitcher. But you know what I did get a scholarship offer for? A catcher, a.k.a. a theater kid. It was... And I would have done it. I would have done it, but I asked my, what do you call them, the counselors or whatever at school. I said, hey, what kind of job do you get? Because you had to get a drama or arts degree, an arts degree, I think. You had to go for that program for the full ride scholarship. And I asked my high school person, I said, what kind of job do you get with an arts degree? And they said, a server at a restaurant. I said, oh, son of a bitch. So, nothing good, you're saying. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's load up that like button, boys and girls. Punch it. If you don't feel like throwing in some cash to the toe, throw in some likes and help the algorithm. Share the program. We appreciate your support. This is a terrible fucking idea. In Idaho, which I didn't even know that the homeless were in Idaho. I didn't know Idaho knew about homelessness. Like, of all the places to be a bum, Idaho would be the worst place ever. But in Idaho, you've got activists there who had what's called a National Day of Action for homelessness. And you guys are going to love this idea. So in Idaho, the activists there, and we're going to watch these people. They're fucking great. It's like going to the zoo. Their idea is, instead of like locking up the homeless and clearing them off the streets, we should just get this, hand them a place to live. I mean, why didn't we think about this before? I mean, you've seen how they take care of like sidewalks and tents and their own hygiene. Plenty of places to go take a shower, plenty of places to go get clean. They just choose to have bugs. But if you just hand them an apartment or hand them a house totally free of charge, they totally won't have it looking like a hoarder home within a month and a half. Let's go ahead and listen to this genius, big-brained, 3-digit IQ idea of just handing the homeless a place to live. You know, that really is the problem with homelessness in this country, is we just haven't been giving the homeless enough things. Let's hear them out.
Happening today, local advocates, faith leaders, and people who have experienced homelessness are gathering here on
I love that. Experiencing homelessness like you're in the path of a hurricane. Whatever happened, this is another thing, like bullying and everything else that needs to come back. We need to bring back harsh words. Bum. Bum would be a good one. A bunch of bums were out. Like, as if you say, people experiencing homelessness were on the sidewalk today, you'd be like, oh, those poor things. But if you go, a bunch of bums were on the sidewalk, you'd go, get the fucking bums out of here. And that's the correct answer. Whoop, come on.
the steps of Boise City Hall. I'm downtown Boise neighborhood reporter Riley Shoemaker, where later today, people will be joining more than 50 cities across the country to demand housing and health care, not handcuffs.
You know, fuck you. Because they're not going, hey, we're advocating for giving them housing, blah, blah, blah. They're not like raising their own money. They're not putting these people up. They're not like none of these wealthy bleeding hearts are sponsoring homeless people. They're asking, nay, demanding that our money pay for it. That money that could go to education or other public services, keeping the streets clean perhaps, that we hand it to these bums and just give them a place to live thinking that's going to solve the problem. It's fucking stupid.
It's been 1 year since the U.S. Supreme Court heard Johnson versus Grants Pass, a case that reopened the door for...
Sounds like a case about something going in someone's butthole. A Johnson versus Grants Pass. That sounds like, what do you call it? It sounds like a consent case.
Cities to fine or jail people sleeping outside, even when no shelter beds are available. Now, Boise is one of many cities.
Fuck off. Shelter beds are always available. That's another lie. You know who it's not available to? Druggies and drunks. You have to be clean to get a shelter bed. And a lot of these people are not clean and they have no desire to get clean, so they don't go stay at the shelter.
Is participating in a national day of action.
What's happening is happening across the country. In cities all over America.
Boy. Oh, boy. Oh, God. God damn. Even in Idaho, huh? Even in Idaho. Hey, there's a movement of people that's demanding that all the rest of us pick up the tab for a bunch of leeches who don't contribute anything to society. Who's running it? I don't know. Well, here he is. Fuck. Sam Show is going to have a field day with this one. By the way, sir, while I have you here, love the Uncle Rico show. Continue.
Activists, folks with shelters, and the cities themselves are having days of action to send the message that criminalizing homelessness is ineffective.
That cat knows it's minutes away from being a meal if any of these people get desperate. Criminalizing homelessness. We're not criminalizing homelessness. We're criminalizing vagrancy. We're criminalizing shit that's already criminal. Public nuisance. Public intoxication. All of these things are against the law. We're not criminalizing homelessness or bumness.
It's expensive and it's not compassionate. It's cruel.
The event comes just weeks after Idaho lawmakers passed.
You know what else isn't compassionate? Taking money out of my paycheck and spending it on shit I don't like. That's not compassionate either.
Senate Bill 1141, a statewide public camping ban. Advocates say the new law is a direct result of the Supreme Court's decision.
A public camping ban. That's fine. That's equal protection. The law applies to everyone. It doesn't target the homeless. The homeless still have the same right to camp out in public that I do. None. I like it.
And a step in the wrong direction.
What we know, because there's been a lot of research done on this, is it's not an effective solution to homelessness.
Well, then I tell you what, it's effective to me. I like it. because then bums aren't fucking littering up my streets. But I have an idea. Why don't you and your friends get together, pool together some cash, sponsor some of these people, and put them up in a house? Better yet, put them up in your house. There's nothing more aggravating than not in my backyard activism. You got homes. You got a place to live. You're privileged. Share some of your privilege.
Penalizes people for being unhoused.
Instead, groups like Interfaith Sanctuary and the Boise-Ada County Homeless Coalition are calling for more investment in trauma-informed shelters, healthcare, and housing services.
You know, just the shit that's caused this stuff to swell anyway. By the way, I saw a little chair there. You know that was for a kid. Here's what I'll do to help the homeless. We'll take all your kids away, and we'll get them good homes. We'll get them cleaned up. That's what we'll do, because the kids are victims. The rest of you, your choices put you here.
A solution is putting more money into shelters and into services to help people find housing and for individuals and for families.
That's the solution, isn't it always? More money, just more money. All we need to do is throw more money at it. I mean, it's not like we've been throwing money at homelessness for decades now, centuries. But I think this next batch of money that we throw at it, that's what's going to fix the whole thing. Come on, let's get real. Clear the streets, clean the streets. I don't really care about the homeless. I want the streets to be clean. I want the neighborhoods to be nice for the contributing taxpayers to be able to live safely. There's a video on, we'll see if we can find it on Twitter in a little bit, of a little girl walking through a San Francisco street with her parents, and it's fucking heartbreaking that little kids have to see the shit that she sees.
For the amount of money that we're going to end up putting into criminalizing people, we could do a lot of help. We could do a lot of good.
The rally also includes music, education, and voices from those most affected.
We'll be celebrating community. We'll be celebrating what community can and should be doing.
The event runs from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the steps of Boise City Hall.
I'm sure it was breathtaking. I'm sure it was wonderful, and I'm sure a lot of good got done. And I noticed when they do those events, I noticed that they don't bring a lot of homeless people to it. You know, they don't bring them all out there. Could it be because it would kind of defeat your argument and be kind of embarrassing? Approachable with $1 says, nah, bitch, you ain't going to avoid that question. How much for you to go find those old theater tapes of you and play them for us? For me to look, I can't guarantee I'll find them. They're VHS tapes, too. You guys knock out the goal, I'll go find my old theater shit. But it's going to take me a while to get them transferred. Guys, I never ask for extra. You guys knock out the goal and you have reasonable requests. When have I ever refused a favor? All I want every day is the goal hammered out so I can just kick back and do a show. That's it. Dive Bar with $1 says, better yet, give them computers where they can do podcasts and beg for money. Hey, works for me. Works for me. 2:10 away from today. Let's go ahead and throw in. Let's make it a win for the toe. Let's get something moving here. Let's get something going, huh? Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Actually, I think PayPal and Venmo have been pretty quiet today. We got off to a good start once again, but we're frozen in that 200 neighborhood once again. That's always the tough one for us to break through. Why don't you help us do it? Gifted memberships are great as well. Whatever you feel like throwing in, we appreciate it. Let's and again, we've almost got another perfect week. We're just today. Tomorrow's Rumble Friday. No goals, none of that shit. We just get to have fun with your suggestions. So go ahead and chip in. Let's rally up. No begging, just asking. All right, let's go to this lawyer guy. There's an attorney named Eric Baxter who's on a crusade to get LGBTQ plus books out of little kids' school libraries. Now, I agree with this 100%. I don't think that I don't think it should be controversial at all. I don't think there should be, let's widen the scope. I don't think there should be any books in an elementary school library about sexuality. I don't think it's appropriate. Call me a prude, call me whatever. I don't think it's appropriate to have sexual books in an elementary school library. not appropriate to have around children. K through 5, not necessary. Go, if that's how you want to raise your kid, do it on your own time, buy him whatever books. I still think it's a bad idea. But as far as my taxpayer dollars are, as long as my taxpayer dollars are going towards it, fucking no way. And this, they try to paint this as an anti-LGBTQ thing. Why are you targeting us? Because straight people don't want to put fuck books in kids' schools. You're being a little suspect right now. Like, I don't like that we have to bite our tongue and ignore truths. Like, the only group of people who are trying to push sexuality on children right now is the LGBTQ plus community. And I got to be honest with you guys, speaking for the majority, it's kind of fucked up. And I don't think we should be intimidated or scared to speak out against it. Why are they targeting LGBTQ sex books? Because we don't want heterosexual books in school. I mean, we got to start asking ourselves questions. Why, if all of these sexualities are just natural and they will play out because you're born that way, why do you feel the need to talk to kids about it so much? Why do you feel the need to go to influential or easily influenced little people and put sex books in there about what you do? Why do you feel the need to go and talk to them and tell them about it and preach to them about it? Why? If it's natural, they'll just be gay. You stack the game against reason and logic, and then you put your own bullshit on it. If we go, hey, we don't have straight fuck books in the schools, we don't need gay fuck books in the schools, and they go, well, how are kids supposed to know about it? They're not. They're not. Not in the public library. There are no straight books, and if this is natural, they'll find it anyway. They'll be like, no, because, oh, no, it's actually because they'll be shamed against it. It's like, not if we don't talk about any sexuality in school. I mean, I would feel a lot more comfortable if the LGBTQ plus community that wants to push this shit into libraries would just be honest so we can have a discussion. It's hard to have a debate with someone who refuses to tell you what the real reason is. And the real reason a lot of the activists in the LGBTQ plus community fight against having sexualized books removed from schools is because they're trying to indoctrinate. And if you would just be honest about this, then we could have a discussion. But you're worried that the optics of it are bad. Well, I've got news for you. If the optics of what you're talking about is bad, maybe your position is wrong.
Explain to us.
I bet you Harvey Levin, by the way, is for these books being in these schools.
The underlying point here, is it that the books are in a form of indoctrination? What is it that...
No, it's simpler than that, Harvey. No books about fucking in elementary schools, period. And stop with they're just teaching you about love. No. Because love doesn't have to be gendered. Love doesn't have to be gay or straight. Love isn't gay or straight. Love is just love. Again, to quote Patrice O'Neal, it ain't gay till I'm fucking you. So if you're saying that the book is about LGBTQ+, then we're talking about sexual preferences. We're not talking about love. We're talking about sexual behaviors.
Would push a parent out, take a parent to take the child out of the classroom. Is it the notion of indoctrination?
Yeah, it really is. When the board selected these books, it said it was looking for books that would disrupt cisnormativity, disrupt power structures. It would encourage kids
to... like, that's commie shit right there. That's Saul Alinsky. That's Rules for Radicals shit. That's Karl Marx shit. Disrupting heteronormative. Stop calling things heteronormative, by the way. That's called just normal. When something's 90+% of the population, it's just normal. Putting sauce on spaghetti is just normal. Putting diarrhea on spaghetti is weird. I'm sorry. I mean, you can do it if you want to. Putting, I don't know, pouring milk on your spaghetti is an odd thing to do. You're allowed to do it, but it's not normal.
To rewrite the norms. Teachers are told to tell kids, hey, doctors just guessed at your sex when you're born. You can be a boy or a girl or both or neither. It's really up to you. You know yourself best.
See, again, that's suggestive. That's manipulative. That's fucking bullshit.
One of the books, one most outrageous to me, one of the books says, my pronouns can change like the weather depending on how I feel. So this kid and this...
That's true if you're mentally ill and you need treatment. then it can change like the weather. Just like someone with who's manic depressive, their moods can change. That doesn't mean they don't need help.
Book.
That doesn't mean we should just raw dog that emotion.
Spends all day like agonizing over, oh, right now I feel this way, which pronoun should I use? Right now I feel this way, which pronoun should I use? By the end of the book, he's watching fireworks display and he says, oh, I feel like fireworks, so now I'm they, them, at least for today. These books are highly confusing to kids who are as young as 3 years old. And most parents just want to give their kids a period of innocence when they don't have to think about things like, am I really a boy? Or just because I want to play.
You know, this guy may be a square, but thank God we've got him. Thank God there's nerds and dorks. Like, I know I've been hard on the nerds and dorks lately, but thank God we've got dorks like him to enforce shit like this, because he doesn't worry about how he's perceived, you know? He's not worried about, am I being looked at a certain way? You know, he's just going with what's right, what's wrong, what's fucked up. Let's just enforce that. I like that. Because it blows past all the bullshit. It blows past all of the, you know, oh, am I being politically correct to this? And it just gets right to what's best for the kids. I like that. All right. 210 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's just empty over here, empty over here. Let's just go right on to the next thing. My boy Anthony Edwards. Look, it didn't go so well for the Timberwolves on Tuesday night. I think Game 3 is tomorrow. Coming back to Minneapolis. We can get a couple of wins. We can get our advantage back against the Lakers. We still have home court advantage. If we win all of our home games that we have left in the series, we end up moving on to the second round. So Anthony Edwards is getting fined again. And we never played this clip on the show, but Anthony Edwards is getting fined $50,000 for his inappropriate language. Now, we've watched Anthony Edwards clips where he's swearing on television, dropping F-bombs, things like that. Well, this time, Anthony Edwards was caught on camera in a back-and-forth exchange with a Lakers fan during Game 1, in which we killed the Lakers. Anthony Edwards was shown telling a fan that, quote, he has a bigger dick than them. And apparently the NBA did not like Anthony Edwards insulting the paying customer's penis size, and they've taken action against him. Let's $50,000. Apparently he's paid $250,000 in fines so far this year, or the past couple of years. Look, man, he's one of the best players out there. I love him. I think he's great. But I do have to say, he does seem to have a little bit of a problem keeping his mouth shut. Just say. He's a good trash talker. Anthony Edwards, I just searched on Twitter, Anthony Edwards dick. That's not going to come back to haunt me. Jesus. All right, well, you guys are helping me knock out this 210 that we've been short on for quite some time now after getting off to a good start. Let's go ahead and play this, and hopefully when we go back to the chat, we got a little something to talk about here. This is Anthony Edwards, Game 1 against the Lakers, arguing with a fan.
We got 200 million. We got 200 million. We got 200 million. You suck. We got 200 million. I got 200 million.
That's our guy. I love him. I'm proud of him. Good for him. They were saying, where your kids at? Where your kids at? Well, he's at work, okay? Anthony Edwards has been knocking up chicks. It is it's becoming a budding problem. I don't think he has too many kids yet. I think he's got like 2 or 3. But like he's also like 22, 23 years old. Like it's time to slow down a little bit before, you know, you reach Antonio Cromartie or Tyreek Hill levels. Let's try to pump the brakes a little bit. Yo, my dick bigger than yours. Yeah, Anthony, it's becoming a problem, though. Like, that's part of the issue. It's how, you know, you're slinging that big hog around. It's like, let's try to put a governor on that, shall we? You don't see Luka walking around here with a growing roster, shall we say? So, it's a blessing and a curse. But $50,000, look, you know, at the same time, imagine being so wealthy that you have no problem just writing a $50,000 check to tell some guy in the seats that you have a bigger dick than him. I mean, kind of a flex. He was telling the guy $200 million. That's the size of his contract. He got a $200 million contract. So he's got $200 million. Now, another thing I want to warn Anthony Edwards about, because a lot of athletes do this. He sees the $200 million in his contract. Now, buddy, let's not walk around spending like we got $200 million. Hey, you don't. You've got agents to pay, trainers to pay. You've got staff to pay. You've got a home to pay for. You got taxes, which are, after state and federal, you're looking at about 40, 50%. Anthony, you probably got a little closer to $50 million, okay? So let's not go spending like we got $200 million because this worries me. You're also an athlete, so you've probably got one more big contract after this, and that's it. So let's not go spending like we're going to make $30, $40 million a year for the next 30 years. And I worry that a guy who looks out into the stands and goes, yo, my dick bigger than yours. My dick bigger than yours. I worry about that because we've seen this play out before where that guy ends up broke by the time he's 40. Adrian Peterson comes to mind. I'm sure Adrian Peterson bragged to a lot of hecklers about his dick. How's that working out for you? Adrian Peterson's broke. So I just don't, I love Anthony Edwards. I think he's great. The Timberwolves have been having a lot of success lately. I just don't want our boy to go down a path that we've been seeing a lot of over the years. That's all. I just don't want to see Anthony Edwards go down that road. All right, refresh. Let's just go to the next set of stories. Nothing happening. 210 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. If we knock it out, it's another perfect week for the toe. If we don't, it's an L. We ran out of gas at the end of the week. I'd rather not. So go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hopefully we can get back to the chat soon. That would be wonderful. I love chatting with you. 210 away from today. Everybody chip in. We got about, we're low today. We're at about 650, but we can do it. 650 is more than enough to knock out 210. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I don't want to spend too much time talking about all that. We'll just keep hitting story to story, and if we miss by 210, we miss by 210. Atlanta family recounts chaos after Delta plane catches fire in Orlando, forcing passengers to evacuate. This is happening a lot lately. I'd like to be the one that rings the alarm bells. Something fucked up is going on with airplanes. I don't know if it's like the generation of planes that all these companies have been using are getting old and they're all just falling apart and we're like headed for a really difficult time in air travel. But there's a lot of like random engines catching fire. There's a lot of just shit going wrong, emergency landings. And I really don't think it's a case of, well, we're just hearing about it more. I think shit's fucked up. I think there's something going on in like aeronautics in general that like every day now we're starting to hear about an emergency landing because some shit started on fire in an airplane somewhere. I mean, I've always been the kind of guy to tell people like being afraid of flying is retarded. Flying is one of the safest ways to travel, but god damn, man. Too much shit becoming flammable lately. Let's take a look at this latest one while you guys help us with that 210 today.
The Schwab family landed here at Hartsfield just before 8 o'clock. Carter and Graham Schwab says they were watching a safety video as they were starting to taxi their way back from the gate when everything changed in seconds.
Look at that. Now remember, you're about to go in the air. You're about to fly. Or like there's some of these, I saw one yesterday where there was an engine on fire as the plane was going down and you could see the bursts of flames coming through the engine. Now, there's people sitting on that plane that are over that engine. And their entire time they're on this plane, from the moment that engine catches on fire, they're fixated on it. They're staring at it, and they're just watching flames shoot out of the airplane that they're traveling on while they're midair. How do you not look at it the entire time and think, well, I'm fucked any second? And again, it's happening a lot.
The flames seen by passengers inside Orlando International Airport.
Jesus.
This is how it looked from inside Delta Flight 1213 Monday morning.
I was shocked at first. I was like, no way this is happening.
Carter Schwab and his...
I'll tell you this. I'm actually impressed when these stories happen that there's not like trampling deaths. Like as soon as they get on the ground, I'm surprised it's not like, and 17 people went to the hospital after everybody tried to get off the plane like a stampede of cattle. It gives you a little bit of hope in humanity that everybody stayed on. Or it shows that we're all just retarded. Like maybe if your engine is on fire next to your compressed cabin, maybe you should be sprinting for the exits. I don't know.
His brother Graham.
I see a big like orange gulf of flame.
Heading back to
golfing, just flames golfing over here, golfing from the plane, just golfing, Julian.
Atlanta with their family.
I was in my seat or whatever, watching the safety video come across the screen, and I look up.
Fucking nerd, who watches the safety video? Gay, you're gay.
And all of a sudden, like everyone's looking around, and I look out the window. There's this burst of flame.
Minutes later, more than 200.
Nice, that would be fun. You know, the best part about your plane almost blowing up and killing you and everyone you know and love and hundreds of other people all at once in a fireball is that if you make it, you get to go down the slide. And that's fun. A pox on anybody's house who doesn't go down the slide like this, like just try to maximize speed down the plane. Like anybody who's sitting up and going down the slide that way, total waste of an experience.
80 passengers on board were told to get off the plane.
Finally, we get the evacuate order. Doors pop open, slides come
I
out.
elbowed 3 bitches in the mouth. No way I was hanging in there longer than I had to. I shouldered my way through that crowd. Oh, there we go. That was cool.
Sides of the window or the emergency exit doors.
Everyone trying to find the closest exit.
And we were close to the back, so we try to go out the back one, and the slide didn't actually inflate off of the back one, so we all
jump, pussy, jump.
Had to rush back up front.
Oh
and
no!
Get off the middle slide.
An eventful end to a week that was already filled with a lot of adrenaline.
Coming from Universal, I thought it was a whole nother ride again.
Good one.
The FAA and Delta are investigating the cause of the fire. We're told there were about 282 passengers along with 10 flight crew members and 2 pilots on board this plane when the fire broke out. The good news tonight, no one was hurt.
Wow, kind of a waste of a good tragedy then, huh? No. That's good, but like, dude, it's kind of like RFK Jr. with the autism thing. You know how he wants answers? Like, why are we getting so much autism? What's going on? I want to know what's going on with the planes. I really do. I want to know, like, again, is the fleet getting old? Because I imagine having to bring in new planes is remarkably expensive for an airline. Are we getting to like a generational shift where it's time to replace all the planes and it's going to really hurt the industry? Because I don't mean to sound picky and I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but I am going to be flying soon and I'd really rather the plane didn't catch on fire. Is that cool? I don't want to have fire plane. It put a damper on the whole experience. I'll be honest with you. All right. 2:10 away from today. Fuck it. Let's just go on to the next one then. I want to go back into the chat. You guys want to throw a couple bucks at us? Let's do that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We're 2:10 away from a perfect week, and I would call this a complete stall out for the toe. So if you're feeling generous, let's all get together, gift some memberships, throw in some PayPals. Let's do this thing for money instead of love, huh? Kansas City Funeral Home suspends operations after, this is always tough for a funeral home. You never want this kind of bad PR. They found a decomposed body. That's kind of like everybody slips up at work. Everybody kind of spaces on something. You're usually not supposed to space on the whole embalming or cremation process. People, I don't know if you know this or not, people get mad when they bring you their loved ones for you to preserve them for the remembrance. If you just kind of leave the rotting corpse in the back, people get really fucking pissed. And apparently this decomposing body has now led to more complaints about the funeral home. Let's go. Is this funeral home really called Savory and Sons? Could we not use the word savory when we're talking about juicing people up for the afterlife? It's unnerving a little bit. All right, 2:10 away from today. Chip in if you'd like to. If not,
Local funeral home is closed for business after an exclusive story from KMBC9 investigates. It started as a tip from one family. As KMBC9's Andy Alcock quickly found out, they're not alone in these troubles.
You know, I wake up every day and stuff, and I'm still mourning.
Sean Pearson is talking about the death of his mom, Marilyn Ashley, in February. Heartbroken. He went to...
Okay, look, bro, I know you're mourning. I know you probably miss your mom, and I know this is a terrible situation, and no one deserves to be in this position. I say all that with all due respect, so I can say this part. The fuck are you going to this place for? Hey, I need someone to stuff my mom and get... Oh, that doesn't sound good. I need someone to embalm my mom and get her ready for the funeral. Where should I go? How about the place that has the same kind of signage that the recently opened auto body repair place has? Let's call this place. We'll let them know that they're on the air, but I got to call this joint. And let's see if they'll talk to us. I highly doubt they will. But let's see if we can, what are we? 818-437-7766. Let's see if we can talk to these folks. Something tells me they don't feel like doing business at the moment. Do they have a voicemail? I'd like to leave one. I have questions. Something tells me they may not have a voicemail anymore, as they may have they may have been getting a few messages since all this news went out there. Okay, well, shoot. You're telling me that the plastic wavy sign funeral home people don't... Again, look, I empathize with the family. I'm really sorry this happened, but you kind of get what you pay for. And when you pay for cut rate funeral home, you get... Sometimes they're going to leave a body behind. They just... Savory and Sons? What's their theme music? Bueno, bueno. Bueno, 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 bueno. Lamont, you remember the stuff that old lady's body? I feel like this man over here said we forgot about her body, Lamont. Thank you, Auto Glass Guy, for 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Gray Duckling with $5 says thanks for trying. I appreciate that. Thank you. Now we're 195 away from today's goal. All right, we're getting a little closer. That's all I ask. A little something for the effort. Those 5s and 10s add up. We'll be out of here in no time with that goal. And we'll have a perfect week. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thank you, Auto Glass Guy and Gray Duckling. I appreciate you. That's very, very nice. You keep this show going. And I appreciate that. You can't post wins for the toe without people like Auto Glass Guy and Gray Duckling. Where does that put Gray for the week? 155. For old Gray Duckling. Aaron's Velveeta Shits is in first place. That's lovely with 175. Steven with 170. Gray Duckling with 155. Mintz at 107. Thank you. 195 away from perfection this week. We just appreciate you guys supporting the show the way you do. If you don't have any money, please, though, do hit like, hit share, hit follow.
To Savory and Sons Funeral Home in KC Mo.
Oh, my God. Yeah, you know what? I'm sorry. Again, all due respect, you deserve to have a body or two left behind if you go to this place. I mean, Jesus Christ, if this was a barber shop, it would be shady. The local barber has a better sign.
Sean and his wife dipped into their retirement accounts to pay for the funeral.
It was horrible.
Sean said owner Frank Savory was 2 hours late to the funeral.
How is your name Frank Savory and you don't go into business as Savory Frank? I mean, that just to me, it's a no-brainer. Marketing opportunities missed.
A piece of the casket broke when moved, and he said Savory had the burial at a different cemetery than promised.
My main concern is I really don't know if she's really in that casket. Because
no offense, bro, but this is bare minimum shit. Yo, you know what he done did? He stuffed a suit full of straw, put a volleyball on the motherfucking head, and put a wig on it. And then put my mama's face on it. I was like, God damn, this ain't her body.
Because he wouldn't let me see her.
Sean reached out to KMBC 9 Investigates after Cherie Kidd's complaint. On Thursday, Cherie and her niece identified their loved one, Princess Evans.
No, her name wasn't Princess. Oh, God. Again, it's just getting really hard to feel better. Like, guys, it's Savory and Sons in like a body shop with a plastic sign. If your name is Princess, you deserve a better funeral home than that.
Uncovered body through a sliding glass door at Savory and Sons. Nearly 3 weeks after her funeral, Princess was supposed to be cremated.
By the way, that woman knew she was being filmed. Just saying, it's a little performative. This whole story is incredibly fucked up. From the people who are going to Savory and Sons for their funeral services to Savory and Sons leaving decomposing bodies behind and having broken caskets. Yo, man, this is a good casket. I got this one at the swap meet. It's solid. Oh, shit. There goes the handle. Fuck.
Sad story.
I'm going to talk to that Mexican who sold me this shit.
And brought tears to my eyes.
Hey, this casket, them's 20s. All right, they 10s, but I keep them clean.
Response, a Metro Association of African American Funeral Directors is offering potentially free services to affected Savory and Sons families.
We're willing to try to make sure that we get this resolved for those families.
KMBC 9 Investigates has found Frank Savory is in an ongoing legal dispute with his wife.
Oh, God. This story just gets better and better, doesn't it?
Records claim she tried to change all the locks at Savory and Sons the day before a February funeral. Sean
We got funeral home drama in the hood? God damn, man.
Pearson said his aunt also contributed $1,000 for his mom's funeral. Savory has promised to repay, but hasn't done it.
Dude, do you know how little $1,000 is when it comes to a funeral? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a fucking shyster business. It's so evil. Like, the funeral homes and weddings are some of the most evil businesses in the world. They just overcharge everyone for shit because they're happy or they're grieving. And if it's a wedding or a funeral, it could be either one for both. But they jack everything up on those.
I take accountability for his actions.
We reached out to Frank Savory's attorney, who said she'd contact him for comment.
Look at that. That's the funeral home. Look, you see what it says on that door? That's the fucking chapel. This is where they have where they remember your loved guys. I mean, there's just some things you don't do on the cheap.
Savory has not responded. Andy Alcock, KMBC 9 News.
Family members tell us Princess Evans' body has been picked up from Savory and Sons for cremation. If you or someone you know needs help with a similar situation, we have resources inside this story.
Oh my God. Yeah, just don't go to the local. Like, if the funeral home that you're taking your mom's body to is attached to a barber school, make a few calls. That's all I'm saying. Let your fingers do the walking. Huh? I'd appreciate it. God damn, man. Again, my heart goes out to the people affected, but how did you not kind of see this coming? How is this not something that was totally preventable? Dr. Silverwolf becoming a member for 35 months says, you're flying. How far in advance did you have to ask the Air Force for C-130? It's fucking mean. Thank you for being a member for 3 years. Das Optic Nerve, a member for 2 years, says, just a monthly reminder, you're still tubby. Thanks. I'm also failing miserably today and pretty much yesterday until the end of the show. We got bailed out at the end. The goals have been, it's a weird perfect week where like we've really limped into it, but we're not, the perfection is not looking good at this point. 195 is the number. We would really appreciate a rally. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Nothing over on the Rumble end, so let's just go to the next one. Again, thank you to Auto Glass Guy. Thank you to Gray Duckling. Thank you to all the people who love this show enough to keep it on the air. Thanks a million. You guys are great. We've been very, very lucky lately. I hope to keep that string of luck going. 195 is the number. Please and thank you. Rallies are needed. We got about an hour left. This piece of shit. Billy, you remember Billy McFarland? Have you ever watched the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix? This guy is he should be one of the most celebrated scam artists of all time. I mean, this Billy McFarland is a scam a minute kind of a dude. He threw that first Fire Festival where they had like the dry bread, turkey, and wilted lettuce sandwich at Firefest, where all these influencers were going to go to this Capone's Island, or not Noriega, Escobar's Island. And Ja Rule was going to be there, and all these bands. It was going to be Wayne stock, dude. And it was a fucking disaster. It was, a historic disaster. So much, it went viral. They made documentaries. It was all over the place. Well, they tried to throw a Fire Festival, too. They said, you know what? We're going to make something out of this viral fame. And, honestly, it is a classic fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me kind of thing. Because once again, people wanted to do the Fire Festival thing. Let's do it. Let's go. It's going to be such an Instagram clout moment. I tell you what, the first group of people who got scammed by Fire Festival, I feel for them a little bit. I really do. You paid your money, you got shit. That really sucks. Anybody who entertained the idea of doing this second Fire Festival, I hope you went into Hawk to buy your tickets. I hope you bought non-refundable plane tickets. I hope you booked hotel rooms and you did it on the cheap where you couldn't get your money back. And I hope you got fucked over by this entire situation because you could not be a dumber human being. The Fire Festival 2, the second one, not happening. Now, their excuse is, the Mexican government held us up for an arm and a leg. They wanted all this money. It was like a shakedown. The reality of it is the people running Fire Festival are all retarded, and they waited way too long to get their permits, and they waited way too long to file all their paperwork, and they fucked the whole thing up once again. And again, they fucked you the last time. You thought you would do some ironic viral clout chasing thing by buying tickets again this time. You don't get to complain when they fucked you again. Well, now, Billy McFarland, the scam artist behind Firefest, is selling the brand. And if anyone pays for it, they're fucking dumb. He is selling the Firefest brand after the second one just got, they're saying postponed, but it's not going to happen. Billy McFarland's giving up the iconic Fire Festival brand. And by the way, only iconic because we live in about the dumbest time ever. He's announced that he's decided to sell amid all the scrutiny surrounding the second version of the event. The founder of Fire Festival released a statement Wednesday, letting fans know that the last 2 years have been a commitment to finishing what he started and making things right following the absolute debacle that was the first one. And how's that working out for you, Billy? Comment? Oh, a statement. Let's see how it's going. By the way, this is a guy who launched like a phony debit card business. This is a guy who launched like Ponzi scheme after Ponzi scheme. I mean, this guy Again, anyone who did business with him is a retard because just a quick Google search will show you that he's an awful business partner. When my team and I launched Fire Festival 2, it was about two things: finishing what I started and making things right. Over the past 2 years, we've poured everything into bringing Fire back with, get this, guys, no, get this part. This part's rich. We've poured everything into bringing Fire back with honesty, transparency, relentless effort, and creativity. I will say this, they have been creative in the ways they fuck up. We've taken the long road to rebuilding trust, we rebuilt momentum, and we proved one thing without a doubt. You suckers will bend over and take it in the asshole for anything that we promise will be viral. Oh, I'm sorry. He said, Fire is one of the most powerful attention engines in the world. But yeah, so was 9/11. This generation's retarded. We're retarded. You know that, right? We're retarded. We're in charge now, and we're dumb. Hey, it's one of the most powerful attention engines in the world. Yeah. So's the Gaza Strip. Since 2017, Fire has dominated headlines for how big of a fuck-up you are. You know who else was a great attention engine? Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff was a killer. Charles Ponzi, great attention driver. Since 2017, Fire has dominated headlines, documentaries, and conversations as one of the world's most talked about music festivals. No, it's not a music festival. You guys haven't played a fucking note. You don't get to call yourself a music festival when you don't even get to call yourself a festival. It's never happened. This is amazing. This is a bit. This is a prank. Actually, Billy McFarland's genius. Billy McFarland has done like a brilliant avant-garde Andy Kaufman thing, I'm convinced, where he's actually used our retardation against us. Didn't this motherfucker go to jail? We didn't realize just how massive the wave would become. That wave brought us here to a point where we know it's time to call for assistance. This is like McDonald's selling itself before it even makes a cheeseburger. I mean, again, you kind of get what you deserve in this regard. But I think Billy McFarland might be a secret genius. And you know what the worst part is? Some dipshit's going to buy this thing. They're going to. It's unavoidable. Diesel Cat with $5 over on Rumble. There you go. Let's go. Let's break this fucking drought. Let's go, guys. He says, I'll violate you. Thank you for violating the terms of service by giving us money. Dive Bar with $5 says, kind of like here. You paid your money and you got shit. New Boot Goofin, love you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, we put on shitloads of fucking content, whether we get paid or not. We just kind of hope that the audience is nice about it. And they usually are. They usually are. And they could do it today, too. 185 is the number. We got an hour left. If you're feeling generous, we'd appreciate it. 185 is the number. Hey, it brought us back to the chat for a little bit. I appreciate it. So go ahead. Nothing in PayPal, nothing over on YouTube, nothing in the Venmo. Let's rally up so we're not just going story to story to story to story. That's boring. Let's go ahead. 185 away from today. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Make it another perfect week. No begging. We're not allowed to beg. We can just ask after donos. That's the rule. Fire it up. Oh, my God. This is the goofiest looking motherfucker of the week right here. I don't even want to tell you what he did yet. Just take a look. This fucking Inspector Go-Go Gadget neck looking motherfucker. This is from Alpha News. This is a Minnesota story. He's one of us. I know Sam Show would disagree, but I don't even know how someone gets a neck like that. Like that's if that was done without the rings, if that wasn't somebody like putting the rings on and stretching the neck out, that's impressive on a genetic level. I mean, I'm sure it's a deformity. I'm sure it's not the way people are supposed to look. It leaves you very vulnerable to beheading depending on which part of the world you're in. But I just realized that, I have the date wrong on the scroll today. What an asshole. Why didn't anybody tell me? There we go. Now it's fixed. Hour left in the show. I finally fixed it. Strong indicators that a Mankato shoplifter was preparing to conduct some sort of attack. I find this story very odd because it was a guy who was planning to hurt people and stage an attack in a store. But when he didn't, he just decided he would steal some shit. It's shitty to shoplift, but at the same time, it's kind of a thank you sort of a deal because, it's kind of like the Chappelle bit. He's like, we could just fuck you up. Instead, he's just going to take a candy bar or two. Let's go ahead and hit play. This voice might bother the shit out of me. Let's see.
Charges. Strong indicators Mankato shoplifter was preparing to conduct some sort of attack. The Blue Earth County Attorney's Office has filed felony charges against Mohammed Adan Mohammed after he allegedly stole $2,150 worth of firearm magazines.
Whoa. Okay, now that shoplifting ain't fucking funny. Hey, look, Milky Way, Snickers, that's totally fine. When Mohammed Adan Mohammed, so nice they named him twice, starts stealing mags, all right, maybe it's time to look into this. Guy named Mohammed. Aaron, are you saying that because his name is Mohammed and he stole firearm parts that we should be looking into the... Yes, I'm exactly saying that. Whatever you think is the most, profiling thing to say, that's the thing that I'm saying in this story. I call it better safe than sorry. But I'm going to tell you this. This guy, he's probably going to give up all of his co-conspirators because I hear this guy doesn't stick out his neck for anybody. You know how they caught this guy? He was in a car with a girl. You know what they were doing? Necking. They were playing pickup basketball in the park. He got a couple of friends together. He raised his hand. He said, I got next. I don't want anyone calling this guy the N-word, necker. I won't stand for it. Not at all. I hope the cops are lenient with this guy. I really do, because I don't need him going for the throat, We really don't need people going for this guy's jugular. It's not cool. You think when this guy eats, he chokes a lot? I think a lot of things go down the wrong pipe.
And made a threatening, anti-American post on social media.
Yeah, I heard it was a full-throated post. It was... He literally is a deep throat. Neck jokes are fun. Give us money.
According to the criminal complaint, Mohammed entered a Mankato store last week wearing a COVID mask, gloves, a green stocking cap, and a heavy winter coat.
Oh, never mind. See... I thought that this would be a suspicious-looking guy. Turns out, never would have noticed. Wearing a COVID mask, though, at least he's keeping us all safe and healthy. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, I want to revoke my 3 years of memberships. Well, I'm 185 away from today's goal, so I ain't paying you. Thank you, buddy. What, you don't like neck jokes? Boy, I tell you, cut me right off at the throat, why don't you? I tell you.
The 24-year-old reportedly began selecting high-priced items such as body armor, bear spray, and 9mm firearm magazines without...
Totally fine. Sounds like a normal shopping day for anyone named Mohammed Adan Mohammed. I don't really... Every time he saw great prices on the wall, he went, Allahu Akbar. No reason to be concerned. Actually, he was actually going to fight zombies. This guy's a bit of a necromancer. You know who his favorite pro wrestler is? He was into hardcore wrestling. He likes Necro Butcher.
Without checking prices. As such, the business became suspicious.
Good call. Hey, you know what his favorite part of the turkey is on Thanksgiving? That's right, the thigh.
Court documents state that Mohammed's visit to the store included him speaking to staff about an AR-style rifle he claimed to possess, leaving the store with approximately $2,150 worth of products. This is where maybe being politically incorrect definitely helps you.
And I think probably gun store owners are a little more politically incorrect than, like, say, a grocery store manager. You see a guy walking away with $2,500 worth of accessories and ammunition, and then he's going, and I have an AR-15 at home. It doesn't hurt to make a phone call. You know, if you're wrong, you're just a racial profiler. But if you're right, in this case, you save lives.
Security attempting to stop him, and Mohammed fleeing in a car and nearly running over a person. Mohammed reportedly left behind a list that he referred to as he selected products. At the top of the...
Yeah, that's not good either when you got a list. Exactly how much ammunition you need. I don't blame the gun shop for calling this one in. And the fact that he ran off and nearly killed somebody right after shows that they might have a point.
The list, it says survival gear list with alternative, which included sleeping bag, lighters, 8 magazines, knives, pepper spray, a 6-mag chest right, bows and arrows, says the criminal complaint.
Bows and arrows? Holy shit. So when he ran out of bullets, he was going to go all Robin Hood on the bit? God damn. Fucking old Bob Lee swagger over here.
Mohammed Sikh had stolen 8 magazines. Further, court...
Good thing we don't kill people, execute people by hanging anymore. This guy would be a real bitch.
Documents say that a police officer was recently on a call for service, which involved social media posts Mohammed made featuring ammunition and guns. The officer noted that one of the posts showed Mohammed pointing an assault rifle at the camera and included the hashtag Death to American and Israeli imperialism.
Jesus. You know what, guys? Good call. To the owners of this gun shop, you did right. Flinty Gecko with $2 says that neck is a certain cop's wet dream. Yeah, we call that a Chauvin 10. That's what we call that neck. So this guy went in, wanted to steal a bunch of ammunition and survival gear and bows and arrows, had a list, and was pointing ARs at the camera and saying death to America and Israeli imperialism. Well, again, heroes come in all shapes and sizes. Good for this gun store owner.
A special agent with Minnesota's Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, BCA, who was aware of the social media postings and the alleged theft reportedly told law enforcement officials that there were strong indicators that Mohammed was preparing to conduct some sort of attack.
Ah, come on. What would lead you to believe that? Show me your evidence.
Mass casualty event.
Oh, what's that? His name's Mohammed Adan Mohammed. Oh. I don't know. He seems like a guy who's got a long head on his shoulders. I mean, a good head on his shoulders.
In the next 24 hours. The 24-year-old was subsequently charged with 1 count of felony theft and 1 count of felony threats of violence. Each charge carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison.
But as we know in Minnesota, he'll probably get a little probation and we'll give him another chance to be a productive member of society. Minnesota's a good state.
$10,000 fine or both. Court records indicate that Mohammed's bail was set at $1 million with no conditions, or $500,000 with conditions.
So you can plot a terrorist attack, plot to shoot a shitload of people, and the most we can give you is 4 or 5 years in jail? Fuck. There's a big gap between planning and executing. Jesus. Let's see what we've got here. $2 from the Grand Poobah over on Rumble. Says Mohammed at the gun store. Don't worry, it's quick. Well, thank you. Damn, guys, I'd really appreciate a bit of a rally here. We're 180 away from today. It's all we've got left between us and a perfect week. I'd appreciate it if you guys felt like throwing in a few bucks and helping us get through today's show. It's looking like a tough one. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hell. Do what you can. Let's take a look at this. And then we'll go to our next.
What is the best gun to defend from a Jew?
Oh, my God. This is actually a clip of Mohammed Adan Mohammed in the gun shop.
I would recommend either a 9mm or a 45.
Very nice. Wow, wow, wow. It's like movie star at Dirty Harold.
Yes.
Come on and make my day, Jew.
Oh, no.
But he would not.
See, I just think that maybe they should have saw the red flags when this guy came into the store. I mean, this definitely seems like a threat.
Wow, wow, wow. It's like I movie star at Dirty Harold.
Yes.
Come on and make my day, Jew.
Now I right there, I feel like that is a direct threat. Call me old-fashioned. Call me a bit of an alarmist, but I think it was the right call to call that guy in. Grand Poobah says the signs were definitely there. They were there. They were there for sure. Somebody in the chat called the guy a sand necker. Oh, if that would come with a few donos attached, I sure would be happy. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all that good stuff. 180 away from today. Let's see if we can't get something done. I'd appreciate it. I think that would be fucking cool. After the evening show crushed it this week, you guys have been crushing it this week. Let's go ahead and finish it off. Links are in the chat. All the links are in the chat. There you go. Like to knock it out. This is a fucked up story. If what this Lauren Robinson woman is writing in this blog is true, she is married to the biggest piece of shit who ever lived. If she's making this up, or if she's exaggerating in any way, or if there's a second part to this story that she's leaving out, then please, God, let us hear it. Because the story that this woman is telling about her miscarriage and how her husband handled it is fucking bad. A grieving mother has slammed her husband for his behavior following a heartbreaking pregnancy loss on his birthday. So this is his birthday. She has a miscarriage. She was 8 weeks along when her pregnancy took a devastating turn. She said, "I've never had a miscarriage before, and this baby was so wished for," she shared online. Now, I also would like to say, I think that this is a little weird, and this is becoming a trend for a lot of women. They go online and they just spill the fucking beans to strangers about their partners and their loved ones. Like mommy bloggers do this and wife bloggers do this, where they'll go online and they'll like talk shit about their kids or talk shit about their husband. And it's like all these other mothers and wives, they do the same thing. So they go on these Facebook groups or these blogs and they go, "Yeah, I get it. Yeah, good for you, sister." And they get that dopamine rush and that confirmation bias. And meanwhile, they're not talking to their partners or their children about this. They're just bitching to strangers, which I think seems a little dishonest and weird, to be clean with you. "I've never had a miscarriage before, and this baby was so wished for," she said. Just the day before, the couple had seen a strong heartbeat on an ultrasound. But while playing with her 2-year-old, the mother began feeling pressure in her lower abdomen. Again, this is, I get it. It's an incredibly traumatic experience. I don't know if it's any of our business, but it's an incredibly traumatic experience. "I noticed bleeding and I let my husband know immediately that I had discomfort. Before long, I passed what I believed is the fetus and I messaged him, quote, 'I think I lost the baby.'" Now, as a man, as a husband, as a father, you look at your phone, you get the text, "I think I lost the baby." You drop what you're doing, even if you're at work. You rush right home. You go be with your wife. You make sure everyone's okay. You grieve, you mourn together. "I asked if he could come home, and he said, 'Of course, if it's urgent.'" "Nope, just our baby died. Just don't, you know what? Yeah, finish out your round of golf. It'll be fine. Just, get here when you get here." "I asked if he could come home, and he said, 'Yes, of course, if it's urgent.' I said, 'I think it's because the pain and bleeding is getting worse, and I'm starting to feel lightheaded.' It should have taken the father 30 minutes to get home. It took an hour. The reason it took an hour?" You know what? I want to go to the Rumble chat for this one. Guys, why do you think it took this guy an hour to get home after his wife informed him that she might be miscarrying the child? What could have possibly taken him an extra half hour? Sam Show, you're close. By the way, I have to read every donation because we're fucking dying today. Veldrain with $1 says, so many options for Halloween with that neck. A bowling pin, beaker, whack-a-mole, Pez dispenser. He might be missing Halloween this year, unfortunately. 180 away from today's goal. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Come on. I want to win. I want to make it a perfect week. Let's do this thing. Wake up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. No beg. We're sticking with no begging, though, so let's make sure we knock it out. No, not the bar. Not golf. He didn't stop at McDonald's. He went to the liquor store. He stopped to pick up some beer. She was eventually taken to the hospital and discharged with instructions to rest. But that meant their original plans to celebrate his birthday were off the table. No, do not tell. I haven't read this yet. Do not tell me that he was pissed and he mentioned to her that he was mad that they weren't going to be celebrating his birthday anymore. Please do not tell me that's the case. Last week, I had said I'd make him his favorite dinner for his birthday, which he reminded me of when we were almost home. Oh, dude. Honey, I just had a miscarriage. The baby that we prayed so hard for is dead. So you still making me meatloaf or what? What? They don't write husbands this shitty in sitcoms and Lifetime movies. He reminded me of his favorite dinner for his birthday when we were almost home. I said I wasn't feeling up to it and that whatever takeout he wants is on me. She doesn't have to pay for the takeout. His response, and now again, this is her side of the story, but she said after she had a miscarriage on her husband's birthday, he said, quote, "For fuck's sake, this bullshit has ruined my birthday." Do you know how hard it is for me to work up sympathy for a woman? I am staunchly on this lady's side. Things have only become worse since then. She said he's been giving me the silent treatment. I tried to speak to him about an hour or so ago, and he ignored me, and I called him a disgrace. Guys, please pay attention to this. This is a great lesson in how you can absolutely have the worst fucking way of handling shit. Feeling abandoned, she turned to Reddit for support. You know how I said that it's shitty that women go to these groups and they complain and they piss and moan? I don't blame her. She needed to go somewhere. She went to her husband and he's like, "This means you're not making fucking dinner for my birthday, bitch?" Dude. Oh, shit's ruined this baby dying has ruined my birthday. Fuck. I mean, all the fluids aren't out of her yet. And this guy's bitching. Users were quick to rally behind her. Your marriage is over. How long you stay with him is up to you, but this man is neither husband nor father material, one person wrote. Now, usually I don't want people going judging strangers without knowing them, but I feel like it's pretty safe in this case. Husband can go straight in the bin, another agreed. This is not a momentary lapse of judgment. This is a long-term failure of character, a third one added. His family have also reached out with little sympathy. Bro, it's a dead fucking baby. She lost a kid. Like, this is the kind of shit that makes me feel crazy because I'm like, am I missing something? Why is nobody giving a fuck about this poor woman's miscarriage? His mom has since messaged me and said I need to be patient, and he's also had a loss. She didn't ask how I was or anything. She said I was harsh. I feel for this woman because I'm not even living through it, and I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone. Now she's left feeling raw, unsupported. Well, raw is how you got in this position in the first place. Am I right? Little levity with our miscarriage. Now she's left feeling raw, unsupported, and emotionally isolated. She said, I'm feeling utterly emotionally neglected right now. How so? My body has been through emotional and physical hell. I understand that my miscarriage came at a fucking inconvenient time for him, as it was his birthday and all. I'm not sure if it's the hormones making me feel crazy, but is it nuts to contemplate divorce? No. No, not at all. In fact, I would recommend it. You go through some shit like that. I mean, I don't even know how this isn't even an even bigger deal. Eaton Clam says, wait a minute. Are we still on the Shannon Sharpe story? It's fucking crazy, dude. Your wife has a miscarriage and you go, so dinner's still on. It is my birthday after all. And it's not like we got to worry about you eating for two. Great job, buddy. A testament to your gender, for sure. 180 away from today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I like the no begging thing. I like just seeing if we can make the money for the show. But yeah, it sucks to be this far behind this part of the show. I'll be on. I just got to get it off my brain for a second so we can go on and keep doing the show. I'd really appreciate a rally, guys. If you got something to throw at the show, not much, just throw something at us. We'd appreciate it. Veldrain with $1 says he thought might as well look at the bright side. She's no longer fat, slow, and cranky. Now if she just stopped crying. Right? That I kind of feel like that's how he was. He's like, God damn, I thought if she wasn't pregnant anymore, she wouldn't be so fucking emotional. McBuster says, you got to be pragmatic. I mean, really, what are you crying for? Somebody said in the chat that a lot of people don't see fetuses as babies. Look, man, she was carrying a baby inside of her. She was carrying the thing that was going to be her baby inside of her. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much more connected you could be to something than that. Approachable says, do the extra half hour overtime now and the hour show this. No, we're not doing an hour. I'm not doing a fucking show this afternoon. I said if you guys had another perfect week, I would be so grateful and thankful that we would do another show this afternoon. I'm not doing no, if we miss by 180, dude, we miss by 180. I'm fine with that. Like, it's annoying. I hate it. I'm very competitive, so that part sucks. But no, I'm not going to. I don't like Kevin and all these guys now. They're doing extra streams because no. I'll take my L. I'll lose like a man. I'll lose like a champ. It sucks. It gives me a sinking feeling. It makes me feel like I ain't got it anymore. But like, that's just because I'm a nut. That's just because I'm a fucking weirdo who looks at one show and takes it too. It's also I have a short memory. And I don't realize, hey, for about 3 months now, we've been knocking them all out. You're going to have a loss here and there. So, no, I'm not going to do a fucking stream this afternoon. I said at the beginning of the show, I was like, if we knock it out, man, that's fucking crazy. And you guys have been nuts. We'll do another afternoon stream. But I think that might have actually limited contributions today. I think people are fucking sick of my ass. And me saying I'll do another show made them go, ugh, God, no thank. Here, let's watch this. Watch this. I'm going to delete that part from the link today. Let's do, what are we at? 180? 180 goal. Let's see if people contribute more now that I've removed the part about me streaming more. Here. There we go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. No extra stream if we hit the goal. Let's see if people contribute more. Then that'll juice up my theory that that me offering an extra stream was actually a detriment to us making any. Ooh, our numbers are in the fucking shitter today too. Yeah, it's just it's gonna another loss from the toe for sure. It is another loss for the toe. It's not looking good today. Oh, well. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We'll be here till the bitter end. You know us. We'll stay in the bunker with the other Nazis. See what we can do. But again, no begging. Can't beg. Just got to do the show. All right, let's go to our next story. I'm sure it's dog shit, and I'm sure you won't like it. The Sedgwick County Jail has banned hot pots in its adult detention facility after, this is shocking, a deputy was attacked by an inmate with boiling water last week. Who could have saw that coming? I understand you have to have a hot plate, to make certain food or whatever, but I don't know if giving a jail full of violent inmates tools to make hot weapons is really the best idea. Can't you just bring the food to them already hot? But how are we supposed to heat up our water? Yeah, the whole point of being in jail is you're not. You don't have to have hot water. I mean, what is your voice bad? Are you going to need some hot water with a lemon wedge? That's not what we do here. Don't rape. And then you can be on the outside and you can do that all you want. But yeah, it does really seem like a countdown to some deputy just getting boiling water thrown in his face once you give a bunch of crazy people a hot plate. When I was in jail for a few hours, I was reading a book, and there was one guy, and it's very weird how quickly you get used to noises. There was one guy who was just shouting like a biblical sermon from his cell. He was just yelling about the Lord and yelling about redemption and yelling about this, I couldn't fucking understand a word he was saying. But he was, that loud noise comes through the walls. He's just screaming it, I don't know if we should be really giving a guy like that tools, I don't know if we should be giving him access to heat, giving him an ability to, boil water. I just feel like that's a recipe for disaster is all. Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office Public Information Officer Brandon Stitt said the Sheriff's Office has reviewed its policy regarding inmate access to hot pots. And for the safety of detention staff and other inmates, the decision was made to remove them all from the adult detention facility. I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, again, something that could have been brought to our attention yesterday. But that's kind of like when I was in there and they gave me books. The books they gave me were about fucking serial killers and solving crime and shit like that. I'm like, is this really the best book to be given a shitload of inmates? That's like giving me downloadable nudes for my phone. It's not a good idea. On the evening of April 14th, a Sedgwick County Jail deputy suffered serious burns in what officials call a targeted attack from an inmate. The incident happened around 7:15 p.m. on April 14th while the deputy was speaking with inmates in a housing pod. Inmate James Edward Chavez, you guys were wrong, 20-year-old of Wichita, obtained a pot of boiling water and threw it on the deputy, causing second and third degree burns to the back part of his body. Ooh. You feel that? You feel that? That boiling water hitting your back? That just the thing that immediately causes your shoulder blades to go back? Just that, and you can feel your skin starting to sizzle and burn? Oh, no. Sedgwick County EMS transported the deputy to a local hospital where he was admitted to the burn unit. The deputy, a 30-year-old man who was served with the sheriff's office for nearly 2 years, remains hospitalized but is expected to fully recover. I hope, you know what, though? I wonder if that guy won't get the living shit beat out of him in jail. I wonder if, everyone who likes having the hot plates and uses them for something productive won't really want to beat the living fuck out of this guy. Chevy fan with $2 says the husband's reaction to the miscarriage. Oh, boy. Kyler with $5 says, I still want the extra show. Hey, thank you, Kyler, so much. I appreciate your support, buddy. I'm glad you're liking the show today. We're 175 away, though, and we got a half hour left. I think I fucked it up today. I think I did. If you guys look, man, the links are in the chat. If you guys want to give us a win. I always hate losses on the last fucking day. I would much rather this happened on Monday because I was given hope. But 175 away, that's a big L for the toe. Look, man, I'm still offering the extra show if we knock out the goal, but that was not a draw for today. Thursdays have been slow lately, so I wanted to offer a little something extra. No begging, though. None of that shit. And we're just doing overtime. It's been I'm still going to go no beg steel toe. 175 away, though. Guys, you can still rally up and do this. I'd really appreciate it if you dropped in a couple. 09 Canyon says, really hot water feels cold at first. It's the shock. Yeah, they say that, like when your skin is burning, like it feels like ice at first. God, the shit our body does to protect us from all that trauma and shit. Let's go to Chevy Fans link here. Thanks for the $2, buddy. The husband's reaction to the miscarriage. Oh, shit, when you guys don't space these right, the link doesn't work. Hold on a second. I got to do this myself. Sorry, guys. It's not like I'm killing the vibe of the show. There really wasn't one. There we go. Copy, and let's see what we got. Thank you, Chevmatic.
But just this once.
Honey?
Now, let's go start making another one.
Grossing me out! Oh, you're being creepy!
I mean, really, it was kind of more like Bender in the Breakfast Club. When he was like, bitch, go back and make me a turkey pot pie. That's really kind of more what his reaction was. All right, 175 away from today. At least make me look respectable, you know? At least make it look like we got close for today. Plus Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs has been dead. Go ahead and chip in. We need we need some new blood. I think the OGs are tapped out. You got thousands of people watching your show. We need everybody kind of helping to carry the bucket, so to speak. Go ahead, drop in. Let's see if we got it. Hey, look, it's our last story. This is the last one. After this, it's all just chat and everything else. You know that you really bombed today when we never get to the end. Yesterday morning and today we got to the end because we struggled both days mightily. All right, let's do this one. This is another one of those stories where Native American symbolism is not appreciated on school grounds. It's kind of a weird line to walk because on one hand you've got we want representation. We want representation and we want our cultures to be respected. And that's good. That's great. But then they're like, all right, let's put a Native American symbol out in front of our school. And then you're like, now that's cultural appropriation. What are you doing? Like, I thought you want your culture represented. Not like that, we don't. But I'm trying. Oh, so when the white man tries, it's okay. 199 from Obama phone. He says, suffer Shannon. Uh-oh. Is there breaking news on Shannon Sharpe? Is he gone? Is he fired? Is he canned? Hey, man, don't you worry. People are texting in. They're like, hey, man, I would contribute. Like, just hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow if you can't contribute. I just hate being, dude, if we were missing by 175 on Monday, it would not be a big deal. But doing it on the last day when we were perfect, it just hits. It's not anybody's fault. It just hits my pride, and I'm a sore loser is what it is. I own it completely. Let's go ahead and check out this story. Hopefully we can get somewhere in the goal. If not, hey, take a hard L, and all the steel toe haters get to clip it and show it, and that's a win for them. They deserve one. We've been kicking their ass lately.
Complaints of cultural appropriation led the 4J school district to remove Native American totem poles at the school site.
Now, what the fuck could be offensive about a totem pole? Unless the totem pole is like a series of cowboy boots and there's like a Indian chief's head at the bottom of it, that I'll admit that would be fucked up.
The poles made by students and primary carver Vic Hansen have been up over the last several years at North Eugene High School, Spencer Butte Middle School, and several other locations. It was in an effort by the 4J Natives program to recognize the Native American community, but district officials say tribal members began to express concern that the poles don't represent those indigenous to the area.
Oh, fuck. Hey, here's a totem pole for, look at that. That's Native American as fuck. Hey, here's Native American symbol. It's not the right kind of Native Americans. Dude, we're fucking white. We don't know. That's like if Indians were to be like, we're going to build something to Europeans. Here's just a bunch of white guys. We're like, hey, they're ginger-headed Scotsmen. That's not us. Who gives a fuck? It's about the effort. God damn. This is what I'm talking. Like, this story ended up being exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot win. Hey, we'd like to honor your culture. Sweet, cool. That's representation. Here's your totem pole. That's a Watahatchee totem pole. We're the Chattahoochee. How dare you?
That's because totem poles are more common among tribes further north.
Oh, fuck. Fine. You know what? How about another casino? Will that be fine?
We didn't have an authentic approval process from tribes that do create these kinds of poles.
Of course. So he's going to fucking apologize, isn't he? Oh, exciting.
And we didn't have a carver who was given the appropriate authority to create poles because of...
Look at that. So now the totem pole is coming down. So because you didn't represent them in exactly the right way, now there's no fucking totem pole at all. Now it's just all generic white suburban school.
That we've been asked by our local Native community members to remove these poles. Seeing the poles causes harm to...
I can't wait for like, I can't wait for like 2 years from now when the Native American community goes, I just wish we were represented more in the community. Like, you know that's coming. Like, I have a feeling like they're just fucking with people on this one.
To them, recognizing that these poles are a form of what they would call cultural appropriation.
4J says it's...
By the way, they picked the perfect school to do this to because that guy is as nutless as the day is long.
Worked with the Indian Parent Committee, and they've asked the district to have Natives participants come up with ideas more common to Eugene, like native gardens or dugout canoes to put in place of the totems. Now,
dugout canoes. Hey, we have this beautiful totem pole that looks fantastic. I mean, sure, it's a little more representative of the tribes in the southern part of the state, but I guess we can take it down for you and put a shitty boat in front of the school. I mean, it's going to look more like a homeless encampment than a native. Whatever, you guys can have what you want.
Natives is a federally funded program that allows the district to support Native American students with academic supports and cultural learning. Wednesday evening at 6, 4J will have a board work session where they will discuss the district's response to the issue. The public is welcome.
If you're wondering why the public school system is in such shit shape, it's because they have to spend fucking valuable time talking about this shit. Not like, hey, how do we help the kids not be fuck-ups? Or, hey, how do we teach them how to read? Nope. How have we pissed off natives today by trying to honor them? Got to have a meeting. Mindy Lee with $5. Thank you to anybody contributing today. I really appreciate it. Mindy Lee with $5 says, will this buy a 21st birthday shout out to Suck My Nuts out in Las Vegas? Absolutely. Thank you, Suck My Nuts and Mindy Lee and all that shit. Shit, at this point today, $5 will buy you a pint of my blood if you need it. There we go. $2 from Dub. He says, thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Dub. Thermodyne with $50. Thank you very much. Hey, guys. 120 away from today. All right, Thermodyne got us back in the game. We got 20 minutes left yet. This thing ain't over. Somebody always coming up big for the toe. 120, guys. 10s and 20s will fucking bang this thing out. Let's do it. Let's go. Thank you, Thermodyne Diesel. That is huge. Give that man a drop. Let's give him a couple. How about an Elon?
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Give him a Zumach.
Fuck off! Fuck you!
Give him another Zumach.
Fuck you, Aaron!
That's mean-spirited, but sure. There we go. Dive Bar says, good job, Thermodyne. Give him false hope. Yeah, you know what? Thermodyne did give me hope. And I appreciate that. We got 2 more Thermodynes in this crowd. We got ourselves a win for the toe. Thank you very much. That is funny, though. Thermodyne goes, Dive Bar goes, good job, Thermodyne. Give him false hope, LOL. Well, it's 10:10, and we've still got 20 minutes to make this thing go. $120 away, we still got a shot. Thank you very, very much. And it's all because of Mindy Lee and Thermodyne Diesel and the generosity of this steel toe crowd. I'm even willing to go Rumble Friday rules for the rest of the program. Dead Game says TM Zumach cracks me up. He is a funny guy. Whether you think it's intentional or you think it's accidental, he's a funny guy. Oh, you know what? Muttering Jay was a little bit early. Muttering Jay on Twitter says, oh, he's celebrating early, guys. He's dancing before the end zone. He goes, $180 loss for the toe. Guys, it's 120. We can fuck Muttering Jay's whole day. It's down to 120. Veldrain with $1 says, that's tribe ba with the ba. We're tribe Chumbawamba. Yeah, you don't want to fucking piss off the Chumbawamba tribe because if you knock them down, they get back up again. You're never going to keep them down. I mean, unless you buy their land from them for beads and whiskey. I mean, that's, you know, it's a different conversation for a different day. Oh my God, Eating Clams with $10 says, can you imagine a professional football team forgetting to make a draft pick? Me neither. Oh, okay, fuck you. We did that. That was a Vikings thing. Neil with $100 says, fake dono. Fuck you, Muttering Jay. Give him an Elon.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
There we go. Give him an Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Hey, boys and girls, that's 110 for the toe. That means we are $10 away from today's goal. Let's shit right down Muttering Jay's fucking throat again and hand him another big L. $10 away from knocking it out. I'm right. We'll do the tweet right here. We'll do the tweet live on the air. Muttering Jay. Gray Duckling with 99 cents. Oh, boy. When are these guys going to learn that this audience will never galvanize behind me, but they will always galvanize between the anti-steel toe crowd? You know why? Because people like Neil and Hobo and everybody else, you know what they do? They go, hey, you don't get to fuck with this guy. We fuck with this guy. Sanford's son with $20 writes, Suffer, MJ. Another win for the fucking toe.
Why did they come to me today? Why did they come to me today?
Oh, boy. Let's go ahead and retweet Muttering Jay. Oh, no. Another L for Muttering Jay. If he hadn't spiked the football too early, the audience would not have rallied against him and KO'd the goal out of spite. Another win for the toe. The Toe Boys have a message for Jay. Suffer, MJ. There we go. Another win for the toe. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We got him. And they rallied after. You lose, Jay. Another win for the toe. God, I love this. This is my favorite part of this job. My favorite part of this job is kicking around retards like that because they give themselves away. They show me. They go, Aaron, we're invested in you. Aaron, we're invested in you failing. And then they show themselves, and it's like a sniper revealing their position. And the Toe Boys knock them the fuck out. You should be used to losing to me by now, Jay. Wally World with $1.99. Thank you. Crowder wears panties with $2. Says another win for the toe. And Kyler with $2 says, what a finish. They're calling him Muttering Gay, Muttering Yawn. Das Optic Nerve says, another chin for the goddamn toe, bitch. I mean, it's win, but thank you. See? This is what I mean, Muttering Jay. You come out against the toe, they're not going to donate out of love for me, but they'll donate despite your ass. So whatever hole you're in right now, living at your computer, anchored to the table, we had another perfect week. And now because we had a perfect week, you guys are getting that bonus stream today. Red Scoper says, Muttering Jay probably wants someone to hate since Stuttering John had to leave because of his mom. I think Muttering Jay just can't handle the toe continuing to get away. He can't keep getting away with it. Papa Shab says, this is you. All right, what is me? This is too long. Oh, a butter dance. It's too long, though. It's like 10 minutes long. You got to, like, give me a timestamp or something. There we go. You guys ever seen a wildebeest dance on butter? Now you have. What the hell is this? Oh my God! That's just from her pussy, by the way. That's all. Butter excites her. She's melting it. She will squirt for butter. You just hold your popcorn under there and just. It's getting gross. Oh! Fat people falling down is always hilarious. Eat it! Eat it! This is not misogyny, by the way. This is fat shaming. You don't usually see Asians this big in the wild. Oh. Okay, was it Papa who sent this in? This is the funniest fucking thing ever. It's got butter in her hair. Get the fuck out of here. Do it again. Do it again. Do the bit. Oh, shit. Okay, that one hurt. That knee is going to be marked up. Get up and try again. Life is not tried, it's just merely survived if you're standing outside the fire. We call them fools, those who will dance within the flame to chance the sorrow and the shame. It always comes with getting burned. But you've got to be tough when consumed by desire, 'cause it's not enough just to stand outside the fire. Oh! Take a bite. Take a bite and get back up. She's knocked down more times than Diego Corrales against Floyd Mayweather. Turned down for what? Oh, here we go. She's got her footing now. She's good. Oh, that's a plank. This is fucking fantastic. You've got this. You've got this. You can do it, sweetheart. Stay on your feet. Maybe take off the shoes, or is that part of the art? Oh. I liked it better when Chris Farley did it. Don't grab the butter. That's just going to make it worse. Oh, don't step on the butter. You're going down again. You're going down. You're going down. Ma'am, there's butter under your foot. Ma'am, there's right under your foot there. Ma'am, you've got butter under your foot. It's going to make it, you're going to fall with it. Oh, I tried to warn you. I tried to tell you that you were going to try doing a haka. This is kind of like haka music, you know? Oh my. Oh, God. Pretty soon they're going to find that beach and they're just going to stick dynamite up your ass and clear it. All right, try again. Ma'am, you're stepping on the butter. Ma'am, you're sliding. Ma'am, you're ruining a lot of merchandise. Clean up on aisle 6. Oh. Do a barrel roll. Your father helped me like that once, too. Ma'am, right on the butter again. Ma'am, don't hip swivel. If you hip swivel, you're going down. If you hip swivel, you're going down. If you hip swivel, you're going down. You're going down. Damn it. I mean, I tried to help. I did what I could. Unfortunately, some people, they feel like they have to learn the hard way. Unfortunately. They just oh boy. Again, whoever sent that, fucking fantastic. Fucking fantastic. Oh my, here's the response to the tweets. Who is MJ and why would we even care? Oh, poor MJ. Lance says, so the goal was met. Seems like this case has been closed. It certainly has. Silverwolf says that didn't age quite so well. I'm just lucky I didn't lose 90% of my audience and 95% of my revenue and have to start at the bottom of my genre. Yikes. It will be okay. The kid is resilient. I see big things for him. Sorry, I'm just being shitty because I enjoy it. I like it. Another person saying, oof, this aged horribly. Oh no, they're going after Muttering Jay. Poor Jay. Oh boy. And what can I tell you guys? Steel Toe is box office. Let's go to, oh no, we had some super chats in there that I wanted to get to. Here we go. We got a buck from Veldrain says, let's celebrate, break out the feather headdresses. Let's do a rain dance as long as it comes from the correct local tribe. That's right. I want to honor the Shakopee, Midwaukee, and Sioux community. Thank you to Dustin Abaggy for the $5. Let's get that one up. Let's get that link in there. Thank you very much. There was one more I missed. Oh, Mint Diggity with $1.99 says, play the Lamocrats, another win for the toe. We will. To play us out, we absolutely will. All right, somebody sent us a link called Spin Your Block. Let's see.
Homies on a vacation far away.
What is
Pull down the mask, I'm coming over. So many ops that I wanna spray. You know I make these streets a little bit colder. I just wanna spin your block tonight. Yeah, yeah. No biggie.
Oops.
So
Oh,
it's
shit. I
fun,
accidentally got Mint's video going. Sorry.
Yeah. No biggie, you gon' get big pop tonight. Got me an FN and Glock 2.
I'm guessing that spin your block means shoot it up.
So is
I'm kind of a dumb guy. I'm sorry. Here, should we tweet this to Muttering Jay? This would be fun. Here. Let's give him Monty Graff's video. It'll help Monty get a few extra views on it. There we go. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. You've been fantastic today. Hobo says, it's funny when your mouth smiles and so does your neck. I hate you so much. You're going to ruin my third wedding someday. I'm going to get married again and you're going to be there and you're going to go, Your next showing, fatso. And I go, I was a happy girl. Your dress is too short, you whore. I was wearing it for me. I like the way my legs look since I've been doing lots of planks. Rusty Grammar with $1 says, if you're going to bark at the big dog boy, then you're going to get to feel the bite. Attaboy. Keep on looking at me that way. I like to humble him. I do. I like to humble him. Sorry, Jay. Suffer Jay. Again, here's what you have to learn. Only print our failures after the failure is completed. This audience is known for its spite. So I'm trying to, I always have to give our haters advice because they're not good at it. I'm better at it than they are. I'm better at how to hate on this show. Jay, next time, come on, don't be a retard. Only post your W's when they're completed, because now we took your W, we stole it from you and handed you egg on your face and a giant L. Sorry, pal. I don't mean to do it, but if I can use you for spite when we're $170 away or $120 away from home, I'm going to do it. We weren't 170 because we had the Thermodyne 50 drop. But if we're 120 away and I can use you as motivation to get the rest of the way there, why the fuck would I not? I ask you. Oh, man, they're calling him a dweeb. This is very, you know what? This is bullying. This is bullying. Crowder Wears Panties is not happy about the another win for the toe song. Sam Show says Will posted his W, became a quick L. It certainly did. It certainly did. Hobo Chili says, specifically, if it's cum, you're a human vacuum. Thank you, Hobo. And why do I have Hobo here? I have Hobo here to keep me humble. That's what Hobo does. All right, guys, should we play the song and get out of here? Then we're coming back this afternoon. You guys earned yourself a second stream because it's another perfect week for the toe. Thank you. Hey. Thank you for that butter video that made overtime awesome today. And also, what time do you guys want the next show? Like, what time would you like that done? You got any, like, I was thinking like maybe 1 or 2. How about 1 o'clock and then we can snipe Johnny and then send you guys the link. And after we're done, you can go to Johnny's show. Atomic Ray says, don't step on Johnny. See, I thought stepping on Johnny would be fun because then for the second, if we do like a 1-hour stream, then we could like help Johnny. All right. What time works for you? Let me know. Let me know. Before we leave, let me know. 1 p.m., Zumach usually goes on at 2. Oh, yeah, and Zumach's a hot ticket right now, isn't he, Doom? Because Zumach and Kevin are fighting, so everyone wants to watch them be retarded at each other. Oh, Dildo, I don't do sniping. I think that's kind of hack. I leave that to the people who take streaming too seriously. The only thing I take seriously is owning Muttering Jay. That's always fun for me. Veldrain with $5. Let's take a look before we go.
You got a broken taillight back there. Can I see some ID? What are you reaching for? The thing you asked me for?
Jesus Christ.
What? You didn't use your turn signal back there. Let me see some ID.
I am going to reach down now, slowly.
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Very funny. Registration? Fuck. License registration, good. You have a firearm on you today, sir?
This is an open carry state, sir, and there is a firearm in the glove box.
All right, let me see it.
Okay. They got me.
You have a firearm on you today?
No, sir, just a book. Yep.
You holding a firearm? Are you holding a firearm?
Right now?
You got a cracked windshield. You did a rolling stop. You stopped too long back there. I'm stopping everybody with broad noses. See if you match the description.
Where are you headed?
My mom's, then work.
Got a call about someone matching your description.
I didn't do anything.
Get on the ground.
For what?
Where are you headed?
Really? A man of the Lord. You got an APB out on grilled cheese? No matter what I do, no matter how I act, no matter what I wear, you all are still gonna shoot me?
Get down on the ground.
Uh-oh.
can't beat them, join them. I mean, it's not like they're going to shoot one of their own, right?
License and registration, please.
Oh, hello! Excuse my face. I'm doing a last-minute face mask.
Well, you drive safe now, all right?
Thank you.
Wait a second. Hey, hold up.
Hey, all we can do is live, brother.
I was so waiting for him to get shot at the end of that. I was so waiting for a shot at the end. All right, guys, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Crowder Wears Panties just types in, shoot him. Another win for the toe. Another perfect week for the toe. Let's play the music. Hit my music.
So as far as the Third World Aristocrat video from today goes, I got to say, huge win for the toe and a stroke of genius on my part.